right, I think I'm live. If you can hear me and if I sound okay, hit that number 1 if you don't mind in the chat box. Again, audio-wise, if I sound okay, please hit that number 1. Reckless Living, good. Jim, good. Jesus Rules, good. Johnny, good. All right, excellent, excellent. We'll let some more people get logged on here. Simon, Red Tiger. Excellent, excellent, good. All right, well, then I think it's safe to say, Lacrease, that I sound good. Well, hopefully everybody is having a good Friday. And on the same chart now, very good. But yeah, hopefully everybody's having a good Friday. As a reminder, hit that like button if you've been here before. And we'll see if we can put ourselves together another 4-hour live stream and see if the likes can stay strong. As long as the likes keep creeping up, I will keep live streaming. So I'll go over my day. My day's been okay. A little deceiving looking down here, but I'll get more into it. I'll go over it at 11 a.m. Eastern since that's kind of officially the time when I said I would start. So I don't want to go, because I only want to cover it once, and then I can tell people, hey, next time be on time, and then you'll know. But to talk about it right now, I can't really say that to people that, we got to be on time, because, well, if I do it now, then being on time doesn't ensure anything. What are your recommendations for handling intraday trailing drawdown? Yeah, just got to be aggressive with your stop, move it up, and base hits. Yep, agreed with that. So it's either you just take quick little sniper scalps, or you let it work for you. But as you let it work for you, you're just dragging up that stop. So, for example, if this was your stop, and if it's going in your favor, you're just okay. Let's drag it up, going in my favor some more. Okay, move up my stop, going in my favor some more. Drag up your stop. Okay, going in my favor some more. Drag up your stop. So that's another way you could go about it. Early is on time is late. That's why my old boss used to say. Well, definitionally speaking, I'd have to disagree, because on time, by definition, is on time. But I hear what he's saying. I get the attitude of it. But from a straight up logic standpoint, a little sketchy on the logic front there. But I hear you. Well, this is an interesting trend line right here. One that I am considering. What I'd love to see is for this thing to come down and then come back up. One final sign that there is still some strength there. Hello, LMD. Fairchild, hello. You must have been in the military. Nope, was never in the military. But I always tell my kids, you definitely be early. Always be early. You don't want to be on time, you want to be early. Because if you're early, then you are creating a little bit more separation. Again, because being on time is not wrong, because you're on time. But, now obviously if you're late, that's just no good at all. But if you can be early, then you're also beating those that are on time. So it just gives you a little bit of an advantage. Always be early. So there's my life lesson for the day. If you want to create a little bit of separation and create a new category for yourself, because there's 3 categories, right? There's late, there's on time, and then there's early. Just be early. Just be early. Hey, Paul, good morning. All right, we are watching this for maybe a break. Like I said, I'd really prefer this to come down a little bit more before coming back up. But self-admittedly, maybe I'm being a little too high maintenance. Kind of relates to the markets too. Sometimes a few seconds can be too late to a move. Yeah, that is true. But the inverse is also true. Sometimes a few seconds can be just a bit too early. Had you waited just a few more seconds, you would have realized, oh wait, that would have been a bad purchase. So, like everything in trading, it cuts both ways. Great to see us at 18 likes. As I was just telling people, if you've been here before and you know that you're going to enjoy yourself, make sure you hit that like button. The quicker we can move up towards that 200 like, the better the chances are that this stream goes for the 4 hours, if maybe even longer. So no point in holding back your like. If you know you're going to enjoy, just hit that like right now. And let's just, like I said, the quicker we can get up to that 200 like mark, the better the odds are that this will go for 4 hours, maybe even longer. So if anybody's new, I gauge this totally. The length of the stream is not an arbitrary number. It's not just 4 hours. No, it's based on the likes. If people are interested, I'll keep going. And I gauge people's interest via that like button. Do you buy after the first break or the second green candle? Johnny, it depends on the strategy being used. Have one 50K take profit account, which is the 11th day, balanced now at 57K. You must mean a pro account. Passed two 150K accounts yesterday. Busted one and second one at 150. Oh, nice. Getting close on that other one. What is the green line on your chart? This is the 21 EMA. Oh, it just broke. I was not even paying attention. Yes, pro account. Well, good job. Are you gonna pay yourself, or are you just gonna keep growing the buffer? HK, I buy 195. M puts good 195. Pumps up right before open. Well, I mean, that's kind of gambling, HK. If you're just buying options and holding overnight and just trying to like time something up, I guess that's trading in a sense, but I'd say that's more so just straight up gambling. Good, Fairchild. Thank you for using code Clay, and yeah, glad everything got smoothed out. I need to grow the buffer a bit more. You're well above the buffer right now. If you're at 57, the buffer's, you're $5,000 above the buffer. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying you got quite the buffer. So good job. Just gonna stick with futures. I think that's a good idea, HK. The 5 minutes looking pretty juicy. I don't know. I'm having trust issues for some reason right now. Trusting this breakout, but I could very well be wrong. We'll let hindsight be the judge of that. Yeah, it's swing trading, but I don't know if it's necessarily a consistent way to swing trade. Same is true. You can make the argument. Well, I do options on earnings. It's like, okay, technically that's a swing trade because you buy the day before before earnings are released, and then you just kind of sit there and hope and pray and do rain dances that the earnings turn out and the market perceives it well the next day, and then you still have to come the IV crush and all that. So I guess that's swing trading because technically you're buying and holding overnight, but is that like a viable swing trading strategy? I'm not quite sure on that. Opened my second account last night. Use the code for this. Well, thank you, G. Brooks. Appreciate it. Same size account, or did you go with something different? Signed up with the code Clay with the take profit. Thanks for all you do. Looking forward to nice. When did you just sign up, Michael, or have you been? When did you sign up? Oh, it must have been a while because you're asking me about the. So I'm assuming not super recently. Oh, yesterday. Cool. Good. Awesome. So I'm assuming you've already done some trades. Is that true? I can always take the money out, but I got two more. Yeah, do what you want to do. That's awesome. That's fantastic that you have a 5,000 buffer right now. So you have flexibility. So that's great. I'm sorry, Michael. I don't know what you're saying yes to. I realize I just asked you the question, but I don't even remember what I asked you. Did I ask you, is this your first time trading futures? Is the open? Yeah, I enjoy the opening part of the day. I've always been a good morning trader. That's why for these live streams, when I'm starting to move into the late morning and then afternoon, I always size things down. Just because I'm self-admittedly, this isn't my strong suit of day, and usually I'm done. But the evolution of the live stream has all of a sudden, in some, not some ways, it has turned me into an afternoon trader, but I do factor in the fact I'm not the greatest afternoon trader via, that position size. Hey, Frank. But yeah, Michael, I'm sorry. Is this your first time trading futures, or have you traded futures before and this is just your first time with a prop firm? If you don't mind answering yes and then tell me what you're saying yes to, that would be good, because I just realized I asked you like 40 different questions. Well, I'm glad I trust my instincts on that one, and I did not trust that breakout right there, yeah, that was a faulty breakout. So yes, I've started trading futures in March was a swing trade of stocks and moved to futures. Yeah, so what? Okay, so Michael, just so people here know, because there's maybe new here that are going to be shocked when I hear that if you're looking to get into day trading, I'm telling you right now, day trading stocks, options, Forex, or crypto is just, it is a waste of time. It's a waste of capital. It's a very inefficient way to go about day trading, because day trading futures through a prop firm, which is what I preach here, we call it Pam's plant, is the best way to go, mathematically provable. But I mean, what are your thoughts, Michael, as somebody that's come from trading stocks to trading futures? Would you agree? My claim is that futures just trade a lot smoother. There's more opportunity. There's more potential. Would you agree with that? Hi, Clay. What time do you come on each day? 11 a.m. Eastern at the very latest, but usually I'm early. But I will be here 11 a.m. Eastern at the very latest. Yes, it's very slow stocks, crypto, and yes, I agree. And all. There we go. So here we have another person that, if you don't want to take my word for it, that has come from the world of stocks into futures, and he says, yes, compared to futures, stocks are very slow, crypto is very slow. So there we go. Well, approaching the, okay. This could be a bit spicy here. Oh, did I miss it? All right, I'm watching over here on the 5 minute. Just dropped right down to that. Okay, going to try to buy at that green line right there. So I want to see it come down a bit more. What was Fazil? I mean, I can. Oh, sorry, I think I read that one. Fazil, I think you might have deleted one of your messages. Don't get me wrong. I use futures profits to build. Oh yeah, well, a stock dividend portfolio is in a whole separate category. We are just in the category of day trading. In the world of investing, I love me some stocks in the category of investing. But in the category of day trading, no thanks on the stocks. That's why you got to specify the category. Are we talking about swing trading? Are we talking about day trading? Or are we talking about investing? Swing trading, for example, options. And this, again, coming from an former options agent. Options are literally the dumbest thing you can do mathematically speaking, and it's super easy to prove mathematically how day trading options doesn't make any mathematical sense. You are quite literally working harder than you actually need to. But that's the category of day trading. If we want to talk swing trading or investing, then I have nothing against options. There's some great things, cool things you can do with options from a swing trading standpoint. Same with investing. There's covered calls, cash secured puts, stuff like that. So I have nothing against options in the category of swing trading or investing, but in the category of day trading, options are utter garbage. Again, mathematically provable. I'm new to day trading. Best advice: don't focus on how much money you can make. Focus on how much money you can keep, aka learn to manage risk. Learn about risk management. Check out my courses, but that's biased. So I understand you're going to be like, well, of course you're going to say that. Fine. So don't ignore that part, but focus on risk management, risk control. I do well selling options. Yeah, well then, Jack, you must have a pretty big portfolio then, because all the margin required to do that is going to be substantial, because selling options can get you absolutely crushed, especially if you're selling naked options. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jack. Well, I would say that, again, congratulations to you, Jack. But the vast majority of people don't have the capital required to be selling options from a day trading angle. But again, congratulations to you if you're able to pull that off. But still, nonetheless, you know full well how dangerous a naked option is. Or at least I'm assuming you do. If you don't, oh boy. Appreciate Johnny. You just being open to it. So there's that link. You can do with it what you will, good sir. Still trying, you know, what I could do here. Yeah, let's do this. If it wants to come up, too slow. So I could put a, I don't like the stop. Okay, my stop has got to be right there now. That's a little too much right now than what I'm willing to risk. So, let's see. For day trading stocks, options and decay with options isn't worth futures the way cost-effective risk ratio for investing. Yeah, exactly, Michael. Yep, well said, well said. I see the VWAP and 21 EMA. What are the other indicators you're using? Pink line is a 200 period at simple moving average. Purple line is the 50 period simple moving average. Hey, we're doing well in the likes. Let's try to make a run up to 50. If you have not yet, hit that like button. The sooner we can get up to 200, basically guaranteed this will be a 4-hour live stream if we can get up to 200 likes. And we're off to a great start. So, how do you get up to 200? Well, you take 50 like bite at a time. So if you have a like and you have not used it and you know that you are enjoying this or you will enjoy it. Yes, Happy Days. Happy Days is a resident, not serious trader. What? That's kind of a mean thing to say. Well, the proof is right before our very eyes. Okay, so let's see. What makes me in Happy Days' statement there? What makes me conclude that he or she is not an actual serious trader? Quiz question for us all. Read Happy Days' comment. What leads me to the conclusion, based on what they've said, that they're not an actual serious trader? I'm not trying to pick on them, but I'm trying to turn it into an educational example for sure. And so we'll turn this into a real-life case study. Again, Happy Days up above. He made a comment, and his comment leads me to the conclusion they are not a serious trader. What did he say that led me to that conclusion? I'll wait for a little bit while longer. Let maybe a few more people answer. Okay, I'm going to try to go long there. I can get my stop right there. Okay, I'm in. Very good. When you hear somebody say, I'm not using a stop loss, that's not anybody that's trying to be serious. Very good. Let's see if this does indeed want to bounce. What indicator do you find more respectable? Yeah. I've always enjoyed the 50 and the 200 period moving averages. But you got to just experiment, figure out what works for you. Hey, there we go. I probably sold. Whoa, what was that? Woo, there's a little. Let me cancel this out. Eek, eek. There we go. That was a quick little spike. Such a big spike that it almost spooked me out because I was kind of scared. Is this thing going to spike back down as fast as it spiked back up? So that was such a quick move that it literally spooked me out of the position. What made me want to go long right there? I'm going to answer it in a way that's not going to mean anything to you. But the answer is beyond the scope of this. But I went long there because the risk was logical and controlled relative to the potential reward, which is when people ask me, hey, Clay, what's your strategy? That's why I tell them this right here. This is my strategy. I have to be able to answer yes to these, to both of these. Is the risk logical and controlled when compared with the potential reward? If I can answer yes to both of those questions, then I am now looking at a good quality trade. Now, what does that look like? Well, that's where there's there's several pieces that come into play here, which is again beyond the scope of this because I'm not going to turn this into but so yes, Bosch A. That's why. That's what made me want to go long there. That was a crazy spike, though, back up, huh? Again, the plan, I'll be honest, the plan was not, where are we at? Okay, I can go over my day here. The plan was not to just hop all out like that. But that spike up was, whoa. All right, let me just hop out because that was a nice little gain there. But yeah, there is a pivot point pretty close. Okay, so we are at, nice, we're even over 50 likes. So let me go over my day here. Not a train wreck because I was aware of what I was doing. So within the grand scheme of things, everything is okay, but still disappointing, frustrating nonetheless. Wait, do I still have that? Let me check. Nope, I don't. All right. Whoops. Okay, yeah, let me grab this real quick. Because the way my platform works is it doesn't show this anymore. So I had to take a screenshot because Tradeovate, they'll refresh your accounts pretty quickly. So let me, whoops. So for context, I am day trading futures through a prop firm. And this is why I do so. This is the argument that is so far undefeated since I've begun the live stream almost 4 months ago. Nobody's been able to tell me how this is a bad strategy, a bad idea in the category of day trading. So if you want to be a day trader and you want to day trade in the most efficient way, Pam's Plant, which is an argument to day trade futures through a prop firm. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I talk about here. My ultimate goal at the live stream is to open people's eyes up to this fact, because too many people were like me when they get started, thinking they need $25,000 to get around the PDT rule. So they're throwing themselves into garbage penny stocks or low floats or meme coins or all this garbage when it's like, hey, there's a better way. There's a more efficient way. And that's Pam's Plant. So that's the backdrop here of what I'm doing. And the nice thing about prop firms, one of it is that you can have multiple accounts. But here was what happened to me today. Was I had this. Which, again, looks really bad, but it's not as bad because, again, within the context of a prop firm, it is what it is. That's not nearly that bad. And I'll just kind of, to walk you through the hypothetical, I'll just, we'll just pretend that it was you that had this. But yes, I did in prop firm lingo. I blew up that account. Again, I realized what I was doing. I was aware of it. And I got very, very aggressive. I mean, the setup in my mind looked really good. In hindsight, as I show you, you're going to be like, again, but you got to remember, you'll have hindsight confirmation bias. But the setup to me looked really, really good. So let's go through the setup. But again, stick with me if you're like, oh man, that destroyed your day. No, it didn't, because again, it's a prop firm. And the prop firm has a very unique way of being able to insulate risk. But nonetheless, let me go over this trade. And please, I'm going to tell you right now, I understand in hindsight, you're going to be able to come and cherry pick and tell me all the dumb things I did. But just understand that unless you're coming at me with a 100% win rate, please understand that I could come and do the same thing to you, because it's very easy to nitpick a losing trade for somebody in hindsight. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. All right, where were we? Where was it? Oh, it was technically on the NQ. Not that it matters per se, but let me go over. Okay. So what I was noticing was this right here. We had the pullback. Fair enough. I'm like, okay, yeah, this thing could try to head back up. Notice it came back up, but that upper shadow represents the price got knocked back down. So sellers showed up, smacked the buyers back down. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Seems as though there's some sellers here. Notice what happened again. The price once again came back up that high, but also notice what happened. Smacked back down. So now I'm really thinking, oh, okay. It's looking like there really are some sellers here, and with enough selling pressure, these bulls are going to wave the white flag. They're going to be like, I'm out. I'm done with this. So now I'm really thinking at this point, the sellers seemingly are here. And I'm thinking, if the price can head back up really at all and then come back down, I'm thinking at this point that this thing can move at least a little bit down. Now, I was going aggressive because I didn't need a whole lot before I could pass the test of that prop firm account, before I could move it into the pro account. So I was like, okay, I'm going to get aggressive here because I don't like need this thing to collapse. I just need it to come down not that much at all. So if I see another green and then to see the price start to come back down, I'm getting in. And you can see right here, the price came up, came back down, and then I got short right down around here. Because again, at this point, this was one big upper shadow. This was not a green candle. It was a red candle. So I'm like, all right, third time's a charm. The sellers are here. I got short very aggressively, and then the rest is history. That move up right there roasted the account. Because I was like, all right, I'm either going, like I said, I was being very aggressive. And in my mind, it was like, I'm either going to pass this or it'll be game over. And yeah, well done to the bulls. I was the fiddle. They made me think that the sellers were there, and then just up it went, and it was account over. So yes, I realize now that we look at it like this, why would you short a pullback, you idiot? Well, as I walked through it, it's a little bit more harder. And in my mind, I had a very logical trade plan. Sellers showed up. And then when I got in, well, again, you got to remember, we're looking at a green candle now, but at the moment where I entered in, this candle had come down, and this was a red candle with an even bigger upper shadow. So I thought, like I said, third time is the charm. Here we go. And once more, to reiterate, it's not like I needed a massive collapse. Because I was going aggressive with position size, I just needed a very, very minimal move. But yeah, it did not even give me the minimal move before it came back up and took me out. So that was what cost me the account. Now, the power here of prop firms is right here, the added risk control and how you can protect your own money. So let's say that this was you who did that same exact trade, and you're looking and saying, oh my, that like $2,100, that's like my entire account, or that's the vast majority of my account. Like, whoa, that would be so painful. But it wouldn't have actually cost you $2,100. How so? Well, within the prop firm world and how it protects your risk, is the cost to get involved is only the price of your account that you purchase. So let's just say, for example, you were doing a 50K account, and then you went and you experienced, you took that trade, you thought the same exact thing, and then it went against you, and boom, account over. Now, did you lose the $2,000, $2,100? You did not. All you would have lost out of your pocket was the cost of the account, which was $119. So yeah, that negative $2,100 looks really bad. But again, if that were you taking the trade, the only amount out of your pocket would have been the $119. So that is where, sometimes within the overarching strategy of prop firms, I don't have a problem getting aggressive. There's lots of strategies to go about how fast can we get past, because the way prop firms work is that you first start off and you've got to pass the test. So in this mind, I was like, all right, I want to try to pass this test as quickly as possible. And the way you pass tests as quickly as possible, sometimes you got to get aggressive. If you find a setup you like, and I did like that setup I took as I walked you through my exact thought process. So I was willing to get aggressive. Now, if I was trying to go kind of slow and methodical, would I have gone that aggressive? I would not. But for this particular account, within the broad strategy of prop firms, I was like, I just want to get this thing passed, so let's get aggressive. Because you've got to be able, and this is across the board prop firms, you first got to pass the test, and then you got to move to a pro. And I know, well, there's some straight to funded, but even within the straight to funded, they have little rules that you have to still accomplish. So in any way, shape, or form, you do have to go through a period of proving yourself, in the prop firm world. Excuse me, still trying to get over some sickness here. So that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to just get from this stage to this stage as fast as possible. But again, their overall risk, if that was you, to do that was just $119. And again, if you wanted to try again, you could go back and get this account, and it wouldn't be $119 anymore. It would be $100, because that would be called a reset, where you get to try again. You get to have your account back again. So yes, I realize that when you're staring here at that number, oh my goodness. But that would not have been $2,100 out of your pocket. It would have been just the cost of the account because, yes, you would have failed the challenge. You would have failed the combine, failed the evaluation. All prop firms call it differently. I recommend and I use Take Profit Trader. So they just call it, as you see up here, the test phase. So during the test phase, I failed. I was trying to get up to the 3,000 mark. I was kind of close. Yeah. I was trying to get 3,000, but unfortunately, as you saw, I lost that 2,100, so I violated that rule. Therefore, challenge is over. And if it had been you, once again, just to reiterate, and why prop firms are so powerful is there's that built-in risk control and how you could get to protect your own money. Because let's say you had $2,000 and you used your own money. Whoops, let's do this real quick. So let's just say you had been using your own money of $2,000. Well, given the premise here that I just showed, if you're using $2,000 and then you take that loss, your journey ends as a trader, right? Because you literally just lost all your money. Like your money, all of your money is gone. If you use $2,000, you traded futures, but you're like, no, I'm not going to use a prop firm. I'm not going to do Pam's plant. I'm just going to do Pam's because that's what Pam's argues for futures day trading. So I'm just going to do Pam's. Okay, that's why I don't preach Pam's around here. I preach Pam's plant because if you did that and then you experience that trade, or I don't know, maybe you went on tilt, you FOMO'd, you revenge traded, you did something stupid, and we all do stupid things as traders. Then what does that do to you? That ends your journey. But if you had $2,000 and you went the prop firm way, as I showed you, if you would have just gotten that that 50K account, well, how much would that actually have cost you? Well, from your 2,000. You'd have to subtract out 119, right? Because that's the cost of it. So after you had experienced that, where poof, your account would have shown minus 2,100. But where do you stand from a practical standpoint? How much money do you have in your pocket still? Well, you still have 1,881. So again, you could go and all right, well, I learned a lot. Let's give it another try. So to get the retest, that would cost you $100. So you subtract out $100. And again, you could do something stupid, blow it up again, you learn a bunch, but you do stupid stuff. Well, hey, you still have $1,781. So you could, let's get another account, try again. So minus 100. And then you could do more stuff, minus 100, do more dumb stuff, minus 100, do more dumb stuff, minus 100, learn some more stuff, but you do dumb stuff, minus 100. Go out there, act like a total degen for some reason, so you lose 100. This time you were behaving, but you got caught in a crazy move, so minus 100. You do some more stuff, you do some more dumb stuff, minus 100, minus 100, minus 100. And then all of a sudden, you find a groove. You're starting to figure stuff out, and you go on a run. And at this point, you pass the test, you go to the pro account, and then you get your prop firm to send you, let's just say, I don't know, $2,000. You get $2,000 in payments. So we got to multiply that by 2,000. Well, looky there. After all that failure, after all those mistakes and dumbness and just, all that sort of stuff, all those failed tests, you're actually now up overall $781, right? Because if you started with 2,000, we got to subtract 2,000 out. You've made $781. Now, please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that a prop firm guarantees success. All I am saying is that a prop firm gives you more opportunity. It gives you more leeway. It gives you more wiggle room to figure things out, to fine-tune your strategy, to learn about your psychology, to work on your psychology, to do all those things that we traders need to do. With a prop firm, it will allow you to stretch that $2,000 that much more. Whereas if you just do PAMs, meaning you just do futures alone with no prop firm, well, in theory, it could be one trade and poof, that $2,000 is gone. So that is the massive, massive power in a prop firm is, again, there's no guarantee of success, but it does give you more opportunity to learn and to figure things out. So that was my day. I did blow an account. Never fun, but again, blown accounts are part of the game too, and you can factor in a strategy. Some people are like, you know what, I'm going to, for the sake of, passing things quickly, I'm going to have to get super aggressive. That means I'll lose some accounts along the way. And, everybody's got a different approach even within the prop firm strategy world. But point here being is I want you all to know, like, I've blown prop firms. This is not the first, where'd my thing, this is not the first one I've blown. For those of you that have been longtime viewers, you know that I've talked about past blown accounts too. It just comes with the territory. So please don't get hard on yourself like, oh man, I just blew an account. Yeah, hey, I blow them too. This is not the first one, won't be the last one. It comes with the territory. Now, obviously, you don't want to make a habit out of it, but my core point here is please don't get too down on yourself and think you're like a total moron, reject, because you blew an account. No, within the prop firm world, that's part of the game. And again, it's not okay in the sense of, yeah, just keep blowing them. No, but it's okay in the sense of your risk is very, very minimal, because when you blow an account, your only risk is the price that you paid for the account itself. Now, one final thing for you astute business minds, you're thinking, this sounds like a scam, Clay. This is not a viable business model. How can this prop firm only request $119 from you, and then they're going to let you go lose $2,000 of their money? Very good eye. That's not how it works. All this is occurring. The test phase is in a simulated environment. They're figuring things out, and they're trying to see if you can trade. So no, there's not actually $2,000 being lost. But this also is on the flip side of some people. Well, what a scam. So you're going to make them $3,000 and then they keep it all, but all they give you is your pro account. So they say, hey, congratulations on making us all this money during the test. Now here's your pro account. Well, no, because again, there wasn't actually $3,000 made either. So just keep that in mind. Again, for you astute business-eyed people, you, like I said, very good eye. Like that would be a very unsustainable business model, but this is all occurring within the prop firm itself. So there we go. That is how my day went. And if anybody else shows up later, they say, hey, Clay, how was your day? It's like, well, you have to go back to the beginning because I already explained it all. So there we go. So now I got to try to catch up on the chats. Thanks to slippage, my 5 linked accounts got blown. Caught that huge fall this morning, looking good. Yeah, slippage, I guess, I don't know. Depending on when you were trading. I don't know when the slippage would have been that crazy. Transparency builds trust. Appreciate that. Don't nitpick, just go over lessons learned. Well, I mean, and like I said, okay, and that's a good, like there's nothing, like I didn't do anything wrong. Wait a second, Clay, you took a losing trade. Yes, here's another lesson here that the sooner you learn this, the better. Losing trade does not mean I did something wrong, because this is where that's going to take you. So losing trade, therefore I did something wrong. I need to go figure out what I did wrong. So you go and you find something. In hindsight, you find something. So then you write a rule. Okay, don't do this because that's what I did wrong. Okay. So you're going, you have rule number 1, you take another losing trade. Okay, that was a losing trade. I did something wrong. Let me see what I did wrong. Oh, that's what I did wrong. Okay, don't do that anymore. So now you have 2 rules. You're trading, another losing trade. Okay, I did something wrong. What did I do wrong? Okay, oh, that's what I did wrong. Don't do that anymore, okay? Write another rule. Now you're at 3 rules. You extrapolate that out. Before you know it, you're going to have a strategy with 87 different rules, and you're only going to be able to make about 2 day trades per year because you have all these rules. The fact of the matter is this. Sometimes the market just doesn't go in your favor. There's no 100% win rate strategy. Just because you have a losing trade does not mean you did something wrong. Now, to be fair, and yeah, oftentimes it does mean you did something wrong. That's why trading is very difficult, because sometimes you didn't do anything wrong. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Here, I have nothing to learn. I had a very valid thought process. Sellers knocked it down. Sellers knocked it down. Sellers once again. 3rd time's a charm. Nope. Hey, it is what it is. But there is nothing irrational about that. Now, of course, in hindsight, you could be like, well, okay, here it is. Here is what I did wrong. I was shorting when it was above the 50-period moving average. Therefore, never short when it's above the 50-period moving average. Well, there's going to be a time where you short and the price is below the 50-period moving average. So, okay, so now it's going to be, okay, only short below the 50-period moving average, but it's got to be, something else. And like I said, if you always equate a losing trade with you doing something wrong and then you go find what you did wrong, you will eventually, that is the logical conclusion. You're going to end up with a strategy with 438 different rules to it. And then you'll never be allowed to trade again because you'll have too many rules. So sometimes just like, you know what? It just didn't work out. No holy grail strategy. Nothing works 100% of the time. I managed risk. It was okay. And there we go. Now I realize a little bit of irony. Given I blew the account, did I actually manage risk? Yes, I did, but from more of a broad prop firm strategy point of view. But it would be valid for you to be like, I don't think you managed that risk too well within the trade itself. And that's fair. But again, that's where when you factor in the whole idea of prop firms, it's a little bit apples and oranges there. But just broadly speaking, within a trade, sometimes there's no lesson to be learned. Like, you always got to learn from your losers. No, that implies you did something wrong. No, sometimes there's nothing to learn. It's just, yeah, it is what it is. Many times, though, people need to learn from their winners because their winners are pure and utter luck. And then they default to, well, it was a winning trade, therefore I did everything right, therefore nothing to learn. Way more times than not, your winning trades are where a lot of the lessons need to be learned because, and I'm just as guilty as this. You show up and new and you think, you make some money and you think you got it all figured out. There's nothing I need to learn. I just made money, therefore I did it right. No, it doesn't quite work like that. But alas, I think is the right word. Alas, welcome to why trading is so difficult. All right. I don't know if any of this stuff is helpful. Make sure you hit that like button. I have no idea right now if I don't want to say that's a rant, but I kind of go on that little teaching trail. If you found that helpful, if that was interesting, if you enjoyed that, I guess hit the like button so I can try to gauge, is that stuff worthwhile or was that just like a waste of my time? Nobody really enjoyed that. So if you enjoy kind of when I go on those, I don't know, teaching tangents, we'll call it, hit that like button. Okay, well, we had 1 like, so maybe it wasn't. Maybe people were like, dude, just shut up. We don't care. Okay, I guess 4 people. All right, maybe I'll try to tone that down then. I thought maybe people would like a little bit more of the education, but that's okay. That's why that button is very helpful. All right. Okay, it's going up a little bit more. And to be fair to some of you, you already, I don't know, sometimes, I always feel bad, like, give me a $2 super chat if you enjoyed. But that seems like I'm begging, but it's like, I realize that some of you have already used your like, so you can't really communicate that. But that at the same time, that seems kind of cheesy to be like, hey, give me a $2 super chat. It's like, no, you don't have to do that. But morning, Clay. Nice webinar last night. Thanks, Trader Revolution. Good morning. I send you a like. Thanks, David. Reckless. What realistic? Now I'm missing stuff. What realistic time frame? Some from go to. I have no idea. Reckless living. If you are that focused on time frames, I don't see a good future for you. No pun intended. Because that tells me you're like trying to rush. Well, how long is this going to take me before I can get paid? That's a terrible attitude. Like if you need to get paid like this week because I got the gas bill due on Friday. So like how long is this going to take? You are in a very bad, desperate situation and trading. The voices, the pressures are going to you out. So reckless living, you're not giving me a good vibe right now. You seem a little too antsy. Maybe I've misread the situation, but just found your channel. What's meant by easy tax reporting? Just report 99. Yes, exactly. Cloudy CK. So what is meant by this about tax reporting is easy with a prop firm? They will just send you a 1099. Any profits or any money that they send you, because that's your profits, that'll be in a 1099 form. So you give your accountant one form, the 1099. How nice is that from a tax reporting standpoint? So that's why I had to include that into Pam's plant because good grief, taxes can get a little bit, it can add up pretty quickly. But yeah, with the prop firm, makes it pretty straightforward from the tax reporting standpoint. Howdy, hey, Labrador. They should have been on time. Too bad, too sad for them. On time is the new slow. Just started futures today, green today. Also, hey, Dustin, what did you used to trade before futures? Classics, I trade on a prop firm as well. Great. It was very helpful. Hey, thanks, Childlike Innocence. Good to see you. It was helpful. Thanks for a child. The letter D. All right, I guess whoops, I thought I had there we go. All right, so that is officially how my day has been going. So not a great day. Never a great day if you lose an account, but you know, on my other accounts, it's going just fine. But so that's kind of where I stand on the day. It's very helpful. Shorting the VWAP 964, stop loss 988. Thank you. So the letter D, he's been here before. He knows how we do alerts. Ain't no armchair quarterback in broad statement trades. He has given us an entry, a stop loss, and a target. That is a great alert right there, the letter D saying thank you for setting a good example. Classiques, I already explained that. Be on time next time, good sir. If you want to scroll back, I literally just got done explaining all that, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes ago. But it's there for you. If you want to know how my day went, You're going to have to scroll back, brudda. Was trading penny stocks. Watch my return. Been watching, not lately, but watching. Okay, all right. So, Dustin, those sorts of, in fact, I'm going to delete that out, Dustin, just because that individual, yeah. So, those sorts of stocks that individual was always talking about, what are your thoughts on how futures are moving and so on, how you can control your risk more and all that? What are your thoughts, given that you came from that world to now this new futures world? Classics, this is what makes me think you are a troll. So what rules did you break? Like, dude, I literally just went on a massive teaching tangent about that right there. Like, you've got it, like, okay, chat, maybe I'm overreacting, but classics, like the past two questions, like, it almost seems like he was here for all that, and now he's just, or she is asking just to, I guess to be fair, maybe it's just like an epic coincidence, but your track record in the chat is starting to really make me wonder. Like, I literally just got done explaining both of those things, and you have a faulty line of logic. If you define losing trade equals I did something wrong, you are incorrect. Why you're incorrect, the dangers of that thought process, again, I just got done explaining it. So good thing that this is all explained in the archive. All I can say is next time be on time, brudda. 11 a.m. Eastern time. 11 a.m. Eastern. Gotta be on time if you want to know all those details. But the good news is this is all in the archive, so you can go back and watch that stuff. Not sure yet. Seems more controlled. Hey, can you not? If you don't need to do all caps, that'd be great. I just feel like you're yelling at me. Didn't make some money on. Well, yeah. Yeah. The problem with his system is, first off, it's his. You are not him. He is not you. The second is, all it takes is for one of those to just dump on you or rug pull, or you get stuck in a halt, and you're going to be facing thousands of dollars of losses, and that's all your money. So I'm glad you have moved into the futures prop firm world. I'm fair enough, Dustin. Fair enough. Well, any kind of breakout that happens here, just be aware. I mean, you could set that as maybe a first profit target, that 200 period moving average up there. Good morning, Clay. Had to work late yesterday. Missed your live event. Do you? Just send me an email, Chris. I can send you a link to watch so you can watch the replay. So to buy the breakout or to not buy it? That is the question, folks. I think, Or do I just get in right now and try to anticipate it? Oops, let's get to MNQ. I do have plenty of leeway. All right, this is going to be risky in the sense of I really don't have any confirmation because I'm buying before it even breaks. So I'm trying to anticipate the break. But if it does go up there and break, then I'll have that much better of an entry point. Oh, hey. That green line's my order. Come back first. Okay, there we go. I'm in. Okay, give me the break. Come on. Wait, how do I... Oh, I have 4. Okay, that was a partial. Okay, all right. Okay, it's not... I'm reducing position size because it is getting rejected. Still have 2 left in case it wants to come back up. So still could be an overall losing trade, but it'll be very minimal now because I reduced position size and I reduced position size while in the green. But yeah, that's got me a little worried now. But I still have 2 in case I'm over worrying and this thing wants to make a bigger move. So I'll sell another one up there. If, like I said, if I'm wrong and I should not have kind of reduced position size, hey, at least I'm still in the trade. But right now I'm a little leery. Does this actually want to break out? I don't know. But I still have 2 just in case I'm wrong. I'm not thinking it does. That's why I sold 2. But I could be wrong, which is why I still have 2. All right. Taking another one off. Now I only have 1 more left. Because, yeah, I don't think this thing's going to break out. But if I'm wrong, I still have 1 that I can benefit from. Again, I do not think it's going to break out with continuation. That's why I've reduced position size from 4 down to 1. I wanted 5, but I only got a partial. But if I am wrong, then I still have 1 to participate in the move. But I don't think this thing's going to break out. But I'm also, like I said, acknowledging that I could be wrong. And my acknowledgement that I could be wrong is the fact that I still have a contract. So let's actually put my stop right below that low now. There we go. All right, let's get my stop into at least profitable territory now. So this will be a winning trade because my stop is above my entry point. So the more this thing breaks out, I'll move up my stop loss more. But I'm in the sweet spot of trading. My only stress, my only worry right now is how much money am I going to make? I am no longer worried, am I going to lose money? Because I am totally in the green. My only stress, like I said, the only worry is how much money am I going to make, brother? All right, let's move this up some more. Let's move it up some more. I'm going to just keep following it up. Come on, brother. So I was wrong. This thing did want to keep moving. Good thing I held on to one. So I was wrong, but I'm still making money because I decided to hold on to a contract. Keep pushing, brother. Do it for Cletus. Do it for Cletus. There we go. Yeah, push for Cletus. There we go. Let me move it up some more for Cletus. Move it up some more for Cletus. Come on. Keep pushing. And stopped out there. Well, I was wrong, but I still made some money. Besen's talking right now. Roger that. Using take profit because of you. Well, thank you, Dustin. Hopefully you use code Clay. Happy Friday, folks. Yeah, same to you, Tiny. So remember, if you have a position and you're starting to really lose confidence in it, you don't have to totally bail. You can just reduce position size. That way, in the event you're wrong, in the sense of the price does actually keep going in the direction you want, at least you can still partake in it, like you had right there. So if you're starting to, if things seem to be changing and I don't think it's going to actually work out, all right, fine. Let me, but I could be wrong. Just reduce position size. Hit that like button. Let's push this up to 100 likes if we can by the 1 hour mark. So let's see if we can find some momentum in the likes. Again, for those of you that are maybe new here, I've gone up to 4 hours on live streams, but that's all dependent on the viewership. So if as a viewer and if viewers are interested, I will keep going. But and I gauge interest via that like button. So hit that like button. Okay, and then where's your stop loss going to be at, Classics? And then where's your target? Okay, so Classics entry point is right there, but we're missing out on another very important part. Hi, can I know what is your trading strategy? Sure. My trading strategy is this. I need to be able to answer yes to 2 of these questions. Is the risk logical and is the risk controlled when compared with the potential reward? So I got to make sure things are logical and controlled within the department of risk. So that is my strategy in a nutshell. But like if you're looking for something like, hey, Classics, where are you at? We need your stop loss. Hurry. All right. I'm going to delete out your comment, HT Blort, because I don't like that prop firm that you're using. So I don't want their names in this chat. Not to mention that just is going to confuse people. I am operating on the premise that a lot of you are new To futures, you're new, especially to the prop firms. So I want your experience to be as smooth as possible. And the way to make it not smooth is to throw 47 different prop firms at you. But yes, if you want what I believe to be the best in the industry, Take Profit Trader is that. And part of the reason is because they're very beginner friendly. A lot of other prop firms doesn't make them a scam, but they have a lot of rules. And the rules can sometimes get overwhelming and a bit confusing, which again, that's why I would recommend these other ones to intermediate and advanced prop firm traders. But if you're a beginner prop firm trader, Take Profit Trader is where it's at. All right, there we go. Thank you. Now that's a good alert. Did he get in at 9? I don't think he ever got filled there, though. No, he did not get filled. So close on buying that pullback, but never hit 965. But classics. Whoa, 3-point stop. All right, that is a pretty tight stop, but do what you got to do. Not a whole lot of wiggle room there. Well, to anybody that did play that breakout, well done. I sort of kind of played it. JW, are you? Wow. Nice move. Very nice move. Well, to anybody that took that trade with the trend line or played it in any way, shape, or form, and if you're still holding, congratulations to you. Well, have you used Take Profit, JW? What a move. I mean, it really didn't even care about the 200 period moving average. Oh. Yeah, the other one I recommend just is right here. Apex, if you're intermediate or advanced, then Apex. But if you're any of the other three, definitely start with Take Profit Trader. Again, and what separates Take Profit Trader from Apex is just their payment policies. Again, just because payment policies are doesn't make one different, but some prop firms, you can make $5,000, but the prop firm will say, all right, you've made $5,000, but you cannot request that money until, 10 days from now. And on top of that, you can't even request all $5,000. Now, to be fair, eventually you will get all your money. But that's kind of a long, drawn-out process. With Take Profit Trader, as soon as you get to the pro account, so after you've passed your test, move to the pro, if you make $5,000, then you can request that $5,000 right away. And yeah, you can request all $5,000 of it. So just little things like that, I think, is what separates Take Profit Trader from other prop firms out there. Again, it doesn't mean other prop firms are scams or anything like that, but I would argue it does. I think it gives them that upper hand, because I think in my mind, if you start to make money, well, you should be able to request that money, and not only request it whenever you want, but request it in any amount. All right, to buy the pullback here. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I got plenty of wiggle room on the day. Kind of a riskier trade here because this is coming down with some emphasis. I'd like to see it come. Maybe I got a little too picky. I mean, it hit right off of VWAP and right off the former breakout test or breakout point. Still watching for potentially buying the pullback here. We'll see. I never did ask, how is everybody's days going? I'm sorry for being rude. I explained my day, but I never asked how your guys' days are going. So how are the days going? I guess the markets are open on Monday for a small amount. I don't know if I'm going to do a live stream on Monday or not. It's Memorial Day here in the United States. If I do come back, maybe I'll just commentate the action. I don't know if I'd ever want to trade because I'm not sure how quality of the action will be, given it's a holiday, but yeah, if anybody here trades stocks, the stock market is just flat out closed. Oh, I missed that. I have 2 test accounts in a group for 605 up for the day. Good job, Demetrius. Did you ever even I don't even think you got hit. Did it ever go down to 965 and fill you? I don't think Classiques, I don't think you ever got filled. You said your entry was 965. It never hit 965. Which account is best for take profit? That's just a matter of, yeah, there's no right or wrong answer to that. Green for the day and the week. So nice job, Miss Tiny Shipping. The letter D. Second day trading futures from options yesterday. Plus 377 today. Single contracts down today for. Oh, good job managing risk. Good. Letter D. Did I ask you? Have I asked you about your thoughts as coming from the world of options day trading on your thoughts and now trading futures? I pass both my accounts pre-market during Trump's catalyst release. Great. Thanks, Trader Revolution. Did you join the mentorship, Trader Revolution? Clay, you were saying something about 25K account versus 150K, something about worth based on what you have to pay to think, pay to get. Yeah, yesterday. Oh, you're changing your name on me. But my high name. Okay, no problem. So yes, one thing. What's the best account? Oh, why not Trader Revolution? That's messed up, man. So one thing to consider with take profit traders, first, just walk in with the assumption you're going to blow up accounts. That's just part of it. Doesn't make you a bad trader. That is just part of it. So with that assumption that you're going to blow up an account, the way take profit trader works is you can try again. You can get that account back, but the second time, and the third time, and the fourth time, so on and so forth, it's only $100. So it really becomes a question of what do you want that $100 to get you? Do you want that $100 to get you 25K in purchasing power, or do you want it to get you 150K in purchasing power? Again, I'm not saying this is the proper way to think about it, but somebody asked, and this is just one angle to look at it at, is if you know you're going to blow up an account, and you know that to get the account back is $100, do you want that account to be getting you the 150K? Because if you go with this, then the next account for $100 has got to be the 25K. You don't get to jump around. But so for example, if the first account you do is 50K, well then yes, the next one will be 100 instead of 119, but it's still got to be 50K. Whereas if you were to start with 150K, yeah, it's 252 at first, but to get it back and to try again is only $100. So it's just a question of under the assumption that you're going to blow up an account and you know that to get the account back is 100 across the board. Now, if it was more expensive to get this one back versus that one back, then yeah, this doesn't really matter. But when you know that it's $100 across the board, I don't know. It seems like one way of looking at it would be the best bang for your buck for that $100 would be, well, I'd rather get 150K for that $100 as opposed to 25K. Again, I'm not saying that's the be-all, end-all way, but somebody presented that to me and I thought, that's a good point. That's an interesting way to look at things. No, Demetrius, I wasn't telling you to change your name. C1, loss 5,700. Oh, no, I think that means your stop loss is at that level. Hey, we're up over 100 likes already. Very good. Very good. That's awesome. That 100 is to get the account right. Yeah, exactly. To get the account back on across the board is $100. If you have 5 blown accounts, can you just wait for the next monthly membership hit once, or does it hit you? Well, I mean, if you have 5 accounts is 5 separate accounts. So yes, each account does have is a monthly membership during the test phase. So yes, if you have 5 separate accounts that are on the monthly membership, then yes, you will get charged 5 fees because each individual account is by definition a separate account. What is that over? By the way, I have more time frames over here. So when I'm looking over here and talking, it's because I'm mainly looking at, where'd my cursor go? Uh-oh, there it is. I'm mainly looking at the 5-minute time frame here. So I'm not like staring off into the abyss. Yeah, is there bad? There's several ways you can think about it. In the rules knowledge base, it says you can have up to 10 accounts. Well, you can have up to 5 pro accounts, but then you can keep passing test accounts in the background. Okay, do I want to maybe try something here? Potentially. What I'd like to see is for this thing to come down here, hit that green line, and then come back up, and then I'll look to potentially buy up here. So step 1, though, it's got to come down and hit that green line, which is the 21 EMA, but it's not doing that. I suppose if you want, I wouldn't call you crazy to put something like that in play. Is that a breakout point? Like I said, I wouldn't call you crazy if you throw something like that in there. We'll have to see if it wants to push up there, though. I mean, if you're already long right now, I would not call you crazy one bit. I see the logic. Doesn't mean it'll work out, but I see the logic. I see the logic. Just manage that risk. But I would not accuse you of being a degen that's just doing random things. Doesn't make any sense. To buy the breakout, I mean, we're still... it's been a pretty good recovery already, actually. Yeah. No, I'm not going to buy this. No, I wanted a little bit more of a slower, methodical push, so I'm not interested in buying the breakout on this candle. Maybe I'll be stupid. We'll have to let hindsight be my judge, though. Yeah, kind of just, ooh. So the people that maybe bought right there in anticipation, they're probably, again, I would assume they're still in the trade. The chart hasn't done anything wrong per se, but they're probably getting a little nervous at this point. In classics, you are still not filled. It has still not gone down to hit 965. Yeah, so question to so of you. Just what is your favorite purchasing power? With Take Profit Trader, what size accounts have you gotten? Let me know in the chat. Maybe that can help people out. Maybe they'll recognize a pattern. But what purchasing power account do you find to suit your needs best? Again, these are the choices that you have. 25K purchasing power, 50K purchasing power, 75, 100, 150K. So yeah, in the chat, let me know. That'd be interesting non-scientific experiment. Interesting. Again, the question with Take Profit Trader, what purchasing power amount do you have you jived with the best? Let's see, 125, 2. I like that 25. Hey, same to you, Luis. All right. Well, thank you to those of you that participated. Yeah, and that makes total sense, Apex. Yep. Well, still waiting to see if this thing wants to break. Could get interesting here. Getting pretty tight range here. In 982. Stop loss 96. Okay, so the letter D is waiting for a breakout. He wants to see, or maybe they're in now. I can't tell. Where's 982? All right, I think they might be in, or at least very close to getting in. And their stop loss is 965. So 25. Okay, yeah. So looking like 25K, 50K are relatively popular. Then there's a couple of 150Ks too. I've never traded the 75K, so I've passed tests on all these other ones. I've never even tried the 75K. To me, again, I could be totally wrong, but this one doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I don't know. I'm not seeing it in my mind how this one makes a whole lot of sense. That you have 25K to lose, but you still got to make 4,500. I don't know. So yeah, that's the one that I've never tried. So never pass that one. Only, and to be fair, who knows? Maybe I'd never be able to pass it. I don't know, but I've never tried that one. But yeah, it's just something about the 75K. Whoa. All right. Well, that's why sometimes it's wise to wait for confirmation. Take note that if you waited for confirmation being defined as, well, let's see some strength and see if it can break that level. Well, you just avoided that pretty rough move down right there. So it looks like Classiques was finally filled and I think stopped out. Yeah, they would have been filled and stopped out. Granted, they only had a 3-point stop, so. What's the all the rules are the same, David. Buffers the same, all that. You have the same drawdown and everything like that. All right. Well, the tread line is still in effect, so we'll extend this out. I mean, it is still in play. Well, I mean, kind of per your own premise. That's why I would never say one is definitely better. Under certain criteria, one is definitely better, but if somebody else has different criteria than you, then you couldn't make the claim that something is definitely better. So, yeah. You got to figure out kind of what's your, what criteria matters most to you, and then that'll start to figure out which ones would be definitely better rather than the other ones. Just started watching your videos class on YouTube. Thanks for the videos. You're welcome, Dustin. All right. Well, ooh, is this a buy right here? We're at the 21. Feels a little bit like catching a falling knife here, but we are at an. Let's see if it wants to behave around here first before I just jump the gun. I don't want to jump the gun too quick. Let's see if it wants to act like it's interested in respecting this level, and then I can make a decision. Sometimes, though, with this criteria, it'll just bounce straight up, and then you'll be like, I should have just bought. I should have just anticipated it right there. But that is hindsight for you. That is why you're never going to... Your hindsight's always going to make you look stupid in one way or another. The sooner you realize that, the sooner you'll learn to just kind of laugh at yourself and be like, it is what it is. What I do is I look for a retest after the break of 9.69. Enter to short. Okay, and then where's your stop loss at, Lobber? So if you're getting in at 9.69, where's your stop loss at? Come on, Luis. Come on, man. And no, I'm not only trading micros. This right here are NQ. This right here is MNQ. The reason why I'm doing MNQ is because I'm not a good late morning, afternoon trader. The only reason why I am even thinking of trading, why I am even looking at charts right now, is because of the live stream. But fast forward, I don't know, 3.5 months ago, I would not be sitting here right now. I have never been a good afternoon or late morning. If you've gone through the history of my videos, usually I'm looking to be done within 30 to 90 minutes because that's kind of my sweet spot. But after that, I have no ego. I'm not the greatest of traders. So I factor that in via my position size and within the world of futures, what makes it nice via the type of contract I trade. Swing high, 40-point stop. Okay. So there's the entry that he wants to get, and then his stop, I guess, is way up there. I think you meant will it dump, not will dump, because that's a guaranteed statement, and I know you know better than to make guaranteed statements, Labradabra. So I think you just had a typo in the form of leaving out the word will it dump 50 to 80 points. It's a little unclear on this move. I assume that's what you mean. No, I don't even know what that garbage is. Maybe I do, Peter, but maybe I just call it like normal stuff. Perhaps. I've discovered that I do a lot of things and be like, oh, wow, that was a... And then they use some like really cool sounding term. I'm like, yeah, I've never heard of that before. But cool, yeah, you just made me sound... You just made what I did... Like I could buy a support at a previous low on a hammer candle. And people are like, oh, man, you just did... And they list off some elegant, like Shakespearean description of what I did. I'm like, okay... There must be some salesman out there that's repackaging stuff to make sound really cool. So maybe I do, Peter, but I don't call it that sort of stuff. I have no idea. So maybe I do, but I certainly don't call it that. Well, yeah, exactly, Labradabra. That's my point. Being pretty confident and knowing are two very different things. Because the pretty confident person will be using a stop loss. The person that's like guaranteed to happen is not going to use a stop loss. That's why, by the way, here's a little trick. And I've deployed it several times. If you come across somebody and they make the comment that this will happen, just be like, oh, okay, what's your stop loss? And if they give you a stop loss, you be like, okay, why are you lying? If that will happen, what are you using a stop loss for? What do you need a stop loss for if this thing will happen? So the consistent person has to be like, I'm not using a stop loss because this is like guaranteed to happen. I am all in. Second mortgage in my house because this will happen. And I'm not using a stop loss. So that's what I always like to do on the guaranteed. People that make the like show up, they think they're in a like, oh, this will happen. Yeah, what's your stop? And then they give me a stop. It's like, okay, well, you don't really think that, do you? FOMC speaks in 5 minutes. Yeah? Is that? Let me check the... Oh, whoops. Wrong window. Is there news coming up? No, I don't see anything about FOMC. Next thing is at 1 o'clock Eastern. We have an oil rig count. We have total rig count. And then at, 2:30 p.m. Eastern, we have some more crude stuff. Yeah, where are you seeing that at, Mike? I do not see anything about the FOMC speaking. All right, interesting. What I was looking at did not show that. Well, as of now, this trend line here is just kind of, it's just doing work. It's just representing the fact that the sellers are there. Probably not, Apex. I would assume that's why I'm not seeing it in my calendars. In other words, I don't think many people are going to care what he has to say. No offense, Mr. Cook. By the way, the other Cook, Tim Cook, man, he's getting cooked up today with those, I hope everybody's ready for higher iPhone prices. Goodness. Everybody ready for their iPhones to increase by 25%? Good thing I have my iPhone. I don't even know what this is. How do you check how old an iPhone is? Does anybody know? Would that be under settings? I don't know, general? About, maybe? Yeah, there we go. I don't know what the iPhone is at right now, but I'm iPhone 12 Pro Max. So how long ago is the iPhone 12? And I treat a phone like I treat my cars. I'm gonna use this thing till its wheels fall off. Especially now with price hikes at 25% coming. I treat my phones like I treat my cars. 4 years old? All right, good. Hopefully it's got another 4 years in it. Yeah, I don't know. Is Samsung getting hit at all with tariffs? Where Samsung's what? Is that South Korean or is that Japanese? MNQ dipping. Yep, we're watching it right now, brother. Hey, are we having any Apple South Korea? Gotcha. I have iPhone 11. Oh, nice. You beat me. Works just as good as brand new phones, latest models. No need to upgrade. The only thing phone brings you is a bill. Yep. Like even this. Like I don't even know why did I get the Pro. What is it called? The Pro. Probably the Max is because I like the bigger screen size. So that one makes sense. But the Pro, what exactly did I get with the Pro that I use? I have no idea. Like I am that old guy that has like the phone and I use it to text, check email a little bit. I guess call somebody if I need to. And then like watch some YouTube. Check a couple apps. Pro has a better chip. Oh, okay. Well, if it's giving me more longevity, then that's good. That's good. Yeah, Samsung. Yeah, I know they're not a U.S. company. Did you send me my 105 check in the mail? No, I sent you a job application. Something way better than that. I sent you a job application to McDonald's because at least that will help you learn a work ethic and make some money. So I sent you something way more powerful than a little handout, Jaboni. Trust me. In 10 years from now, you'll thank me. Man, I'm so glad that person just gave me a handout. I'm so glad that person sent me something that taught me to get a work ethic, to not beg for money. Well, I still sent you a job thing I sent you a job application at McDonald's so you can get another stream of income. Sounds like you need it. If you're begging for $105, sounds like you need some more streams of income. So my statement does not change. Pay attention to market now. I'm looking right at it. I'm looking right at it, brother. But with all due respect, I'm going to kind of talk about and pay attention to what I want to talk about. But thanks, Mike. Because here's a secret. In order to make it 4 hours on a live stream, sometimes you need to just talk about a little random things. Give your mind a break, Mike. So calm down, Mike. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Go grab yourself some Sour Patch Kids. Suck on one of those. It'll be okay, Mike. If you have a wife, go lay your head in her bosom. She'll console you. It'll be okay, Mike. I promise. Ooh, to take a short or not take a short. Will it get rejected off that line? I worked at Burger King. Okay, irrelevant, Jaboni. Apparently you didn't get the lesson that you're supposed to get, so you better keep at it. Oh my, what the? Huh? Why didn't I short that? Mike tried to warn me. Mike told me to pay attention. That's what I get for not listening to Mike. Mike, my apologies. You all heard me say it. Man, should I be getting short here? You all heard me say it. And then I got distracted by Jaboni trying to give him some life advice. Hey, Jaboni, you now owe me $105. Because there was no setup? Oh, there was a total setup. Look at that. Short right here. You could put a stop a little bit above the 200 period. That was a nice little setup right there. You had the VWAP. You had that moving average right there. That moving average has begun to act as resistance back here. What you talking about? There's no setup. Huh? Huh? Sorry, Clay. We'll have to pay a 25%. I know. Maple syrup's about to get expensive. Fair enough, Mike. Fair enough. How do you go about picking your option or stock? Well, I don't. Well, let me ask, Mr. Avenge, Mr. Average. Are you wanting to day trade stocks or options? Love how you troll the chat. I've never trolled in my life. I've never trolled in my life. I don't short above the EMA. Hey, no problem there, Mike. Nothing but respect. It sounds like you're thinking for yourself. Shout out to those of you thinking for yourself. No problem if we see something a little differently. That's totally fine by me. I like a person that thinks for themselves. I'm not a big fan of the blind sheep. Hey, can you tell me what to do? Translation, I'm lazy. I just want everything handed to me. So please tell me what to do. Okay, well, Mr. Average, I will... Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Average. You want to be a day trader, fair enough. Do you have $25,000? And I know that's a personal question, but it's actually very relevant to you as somebody that's new, that's wanting to get into day trading, and you're looking at stocks or options. So I know, personal question, but very relevant. Do you have $25,000 that you'll be putting in? Well, again, I know you want to understand how to go about the market. I'm going to try to help you. I'm going to try to help you, but I need to actually understand what your goals are, what you're wanting to ideally do. So do you have $25,000? Because you've already said you're interested in day trading. Great. That's where my next follow-up question, do you have $25,000? No, sir, I have 1,000. Okay. Well, then, by definition, and I define a day trader as somebody that can buy and sell as often as they want every single day. So that's my definition of a day trader. Again, you can buy and sell something as much as you want every single day. So per that definition, you will not be allowed to be a day trader with stocks and options because there is something called the pattern day trading rule where in the world of stocks and options, unless you have $25,000, the government will not allow you to buy and sell as much as you want every single day. They will only let you buy and sell in the same day. You can only do that 3 times every 5 days. But there's a better way. There's a better way. But before I get to the better way, another thing that needs to be considered, because you mentioned day trading options, very, very poor choice from a math perspective. And before anybody says, but Clay, I make money day trading options. Okay, that's great, but you're still working harder, not smarter. The reason why this is not a good pathway to go within day trading is the way options work is this. When you buy an option, the evident way to make money. No, you can't trade as much as you want, Joseph, because of cash settlement rules. So incorrect. A cash account still prevents you from being able to day trade as much as you want. To be fair, a cash account gets you around some of the margin stuff, but still, because of cash settlement rules, it's not going to work. Plus, Joseph, if you're sitting here trading stocks move like absolute garbage anyways compared to futures. But anyways, back to this. Anybody that buys an option... Whoa. We may have to watch. Whoa. Okay, look at this jumpy action. What's going on here? I'll get back to you. Stick with me, Mr. Average. I'll break it down even more. Jesus rules from prop firms, it's a 1099. They will send you a 1099. Yeah, did you see that, Mike? That was pretty... Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. But anyways, so back to Mr. Average and why in the category of day trading, options makes no mathematical sense, and you're working way harder than you need to. So if you buy an option, the obvious way to make money would be, okay, you buy something, you want it to go up, it goes up, so yeah, of course, you make money. The obvious way to lose money is, okay, you buy something and it goes down, so yeah, of course, you lose money. What about if it goes sideways? Now, the normal, rational person would say, okay, well, that's neutral, right? Doesn't go up, doesn't go down, therefore neutral. However, in the world of options, you lose money because there is this thing called theta. So think about it. In anything you buy in life, could be a stock, could be an option, could be a piece of real estate, could be a baseball card, a Pokemon card. One of three, it can do 3 things. It can go up, it can go sideways, or it can go down. In the world of options, 2 of those 3 things cause you to lose money. In other words, You have a 67% chance of losing with an option when you're day trading. 67% chance. Again, if you're here, but Clay, I day trade options and make money. That is very impressive. Seriously. Well done. My question to you, though, is imagine how much more money you would have made had you not have to deal with that. And that's what futures opens up the opportunity to. They are contracts, so you're still trading contracts, but these contracts do not have theta. So it mathematically makes no sense to put yourself in a situation when you don't have to be in that situation where you have a 67% chance of losing money every time you enter into a trade. So day trading options, again, provable right there. Basic math. 2 of the 3 things that can happen will cause you to lose money. 67% chance of losing money. What is theta? Theta is what causes you to lose money if things go down. It's the reason why day trading options makes no sense. Exactly, Joseph. So because of the cash settlement rules, cash accounts don't actually solve anything. But average, if you want to be able to day trade as much as you want, and $1,000 will actually take you really far. That is where around here we talk about Pam's plan. And the first part of Pam's is the argument of why you should day trade futures. And for you, it's totally relevant because you know what? That pattern day trading rule I talked about, there is none. So right there is, boom, should be a game changer for you. You'll be able to day trade as much as you want every single day because there is no pattern day trading rule. But the other nice thing for you is you don't have a lot of capital. So this is where the plant comes into play, which is trading futures through a prop firm. And for you, low capital is required. And to demonstrate just how low that capital is required, let's hop over here real quick to the prop firm I use and recommend. So bare minimum, which I know you have because you said you have 1,000. So for just $105, you could get yourself 25K in purchasing power. And you could day trade as much as you want every single day for $105. And if you go and do something really stupid and you blow your account, you do something, so in order for them to take the account away from you, you'd have to lose $1,500. But that's not you losing $1,500 out of your pocket. It would only be, well, they'll take the account away from you, which you can get back for $100. But your ultimate risk is just $105, which is the other nice part about Pam's plant, about the added risk control via how you can protect your own money via very little of your money is ever at risk to begin with. So there you go. That is how I would recommend. You mentioned you're trying to figure out how to best get started, go about all this with $1,000. So that's how you can get started being a day trader for $1,000. And again, day trader being defined as somebody that can buy, sell as much as they want every single day. So I hope that helps. I was honestly having trouble on which I wanted to get into: stocks, futures, crypto. I appreciate you spreading your knowledge on me. I've been watching your videos. It'll give me a lot of life. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Got to manage risk because futures, that they definitely move. That's part of it. That they move and they move very quickly, but they do have the ability also for you to control it. One easy way to control it is the type of contract you trade. So if it were me, I would not start off trading the NQ because this thing moves. Oh, it moves. Start off with this little brother, the MNQ. So that's what I mean by ability to control the movement. This one, much less volatile. So if there's any other questions on that from anybody in the room that was like maybe in that same spot, hey, I'm new. Hey, I'm really bogged down. I'm really irritated. I'm really annoyed by this pattern day trading rule. I'm stuck having to trade penny stocks or low floats or these small caps because I got to try to grow my money quickly. But if you have any questions, there you go. Yes, you read that right. For $105, you could become a day trader and trade something that moves way better than crypto, way better than small caps, way better than low floats. But small caps can explode. Yeah? Let's do a quick math here. So this move went from 785. So I'm looking at these numbers over here. Let me show you. You think small caps move? Yeah. So this move here went from, we'll call it 780 up to 950. So what did I say that was? This one up to high is, we'll call it 20,935. So 20,935, and we'll say that move started, where did I say? It started like down around here. 20,785. 20,785. So that was a move of 150 points, because in futures, things are measured in points. So the big question becomes, well, how much is 1 point worth? And for example's sake, just going to show you how trading low floats and small caps and penny stocks is garbage. Okay, ready? So with the NQ, 1 point equal $20. Okay, $20 for 1 point. So therefore, if that movement right there that I just talked about was 150 points, then we have to multiply this number by, well, 20, because 1 point equals $20, and it moved 150 points. So times 20, that's $3,000. But here's the kicker. That's per contract. So for the bare minimum for that $105, of these contracts that move $20 per point, you could have actually gotten 3 of those contracts. So for $105, you could have gotten 3 contracts. So we've got to actually multiply that now by 3, because 3,000 is only per contract. But if you had 3 of those contracts, that's $9,000. $9,000. Now, I'm not saying you go and do this, but I'm trying to illustrate the scale. So don't come around here preaching about, well, low floats and small caps, they explode. No. Sure, they do move quickly. I'll concede that, but they don't move as quickly as futures. And with a small cap, if you're wrong and you get caught in a rug pull or a dump or a halt or the million other things that can go bad with those small caps and low floats and all that sort of stuff, all that downside risk is yours. But you know what? With a prop firm, the downside risk is not yours. Yes, you can lose the account. Yes, they'll take the account away from you if you lose more than they want you to via the rules. So in this situation, if you lose more than $1,500, yeah, game over. They'll take the account. But how much did you lose out of your pocket? Well, remember, in small caps, low floats, those penny stocks, anything that came out of anything that was the loss, well, that's yours. Yeah, if it was a $1,500 loss on a small cap, that's $1,500 out of your pocket. In this situation, well, you lost the account, but your only true loss is just the cost of the account, which was 105. So, yes, it's mathematically laughable to think that if you want to be a day trader, that low float, small caps, penny stocks make any sense. They don't. It's very inefficient. Again, the claim is not that you can't make money. Yeah, you can make money day trading anything, but isn't efficient. And part of the efficiency is let's be efficient in managing our risk. And when you own 100% of the downside risk with small caps and low floats, I would argue that's not very efficient. Okay? I don't know how we got on that topic. How did I start talking about? I don't know. Is there a minimal amount of time to stay in a trade? Well, with the prop firm, it's for day trader. So you have to be all out by the end of the day, which is 5 p.m. Eastern. Can we get pre-post market also? Well, yeah. That's the nice thing about futures is they're open basically around the clock. Now, technically, they're open 23 hours a day because they close for 1 hour each day. They close at 5 p.m. Eastern, and then they open up an hour later at 6 p.m. Eastern. But for argument's sake, they're basically open around the clock. So if you're someone that's super busy, there's always going to be some sort of time throughout the day that I would think you'd be able to find to trade them. Ooh, we're looking at, is this a short here? Is this a short, folks? What are we doing here? Ooh, that could be a short. I'm going to keep an eye on that. All right. If I missed your chat, I'm definitely falling apart. Or not falling apart. I'm falling behind. Maybe I am falling apart too. So it's our advantage to sell options. I mean, if you can afford it, selling options is a very expensive thing to do. And in some ways, a very risky thing to do. Because if you're selling a naked option, again, that requires a ton of money. And you could get blown out. But yes, it is if you can sell options, that's different. But the vast majority of people watching this do not have the capital to go and start selling options from a day trading standpoint. Options is like trying to play basketball with one arm. Yeah, football. Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up on the messages that maybe I missed. Apex Trade, yeah, he's reiterating what I'm saying. Appreciate the cover fire there. Exactly, yeah. Yep, Apex Trade, yeah, he's saying something makes sense. You trend follow, taking positions near golden zone. I don't know what any of that stuff is. By the way, for Apex, the payment per month is same like here. I retest no matter I'm not quite sure what Cyrus is saying. Every 8 days. Is there a minimum of time you have to stay in a trade? Already answered that. Ace Trades helps Steph with that. Thank you, Ace Trades. Appreciate the cover fire. What website is that? This is at the top. So if you want to do what I'm using here, Mr. Average, step one would be go to the prop firm. So if you use the link at the top, hopefully you decide to use code Clay to get the discount, support the channel. Step one would be you choose your purchasing power. Then during the checkout phase, it'll say what platform do you want to use. What you see and what I'm using is Tradeovate. The key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate and create an account. The prop firm will do all that for you, which is a massive time savings. So the prop firm will create your account, and then they'll send you the login information, and then you can go to Tradeovate and log in with that information. So it's kind of what platform I'm using is a twofold question. I'm using the prop firm, which is Take Profit Trader, and then through the prop firm, I'm using Tradeovate. All right, still holding above that trend line right there. Correct, Cyrus. After you pass the test. Yeah, all right, that's what Cyrus was asking. So people ask, well, how long do I have to pass the test? You can take as long as you want in the test phase right here. But the key thing is once you get from the test into the pro, there are no more monthly fees. So that's why I tell people that while you can take as long as you want to pass the test, I encourage you to get it done within a month. That way you don't have to pay this fee again. So you can, again, take as long as you want to pass that test, but get it done within a month so you don't have to worry about that. But Clay, I've never made $1,500 in a month before. I assure you, in futures, because of this fact right here, on how they move, making $1,500 in a month is very, very reasonable. You don't have to rush, but it's definitely reasonable. And anybody that's traded futures can tell you, oh yeah, futures move quite a bit. That is a more than reasonable possibility. Okay, maybe a short here. Account creation also doesn't take very long. I signed up at 1 and had an account. Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm going to take this short right here. If it wants to come back down, I'll put my stop up here. All right, maybe I'll get a little bit higher now. Now, if it comes up through here, it's going to violate. Okay, never mind. My risk profile is too big now. So never mind on that trade. My risk profile just shifted too much. Hey, I've not asked in a while, and yeah, it just totally stalls out. If you are enjoying, hit that like button. I've kind of learned where we should be at likewise if we're going to keep this at 4 hours, and we are behind pace right now. So if you are enjoying and you want to keep the live stream going, make sure you hit that like. If anybody is new here, the length of the live stream is based on the interest levels. And the only way I know how to gauge interest levels is via that like button. So if you are enjoying, if you want to keep the party going, make sure you hit that like button. That's not a vanity metric for me. It's a very practical and applicable metric for me because I want to make sure that I'm not wasting my time. And the only way I really know how to gauge that is to watch that like button. So if you are enjoying, please make sure to hit the like button and we'll keep the party going. Still wondering, do I want to try to shorten her here? All right, this line here I can get rid of. This line here I can get rid of. Steph, excellent. I usually trade and scalp penny stocks. Kind of like to try to learn to use a higher time frame. Yeah, Steph. Well, I assure you, if you try futures, you'll be like, what was I doing with my life? And that comes from somebody that's day traded stocks and options for a very long time. I promise you, futures move way better than penny stocks, not to mention your risk because of the prop firm is way, way, way less than it is with penny stocks. Do you copy trade? No, not really. I eventually want to get there, but I'm in no rush. Might be a good way to go about. No, I mean, well, I don't say this to be cocky. I just say it because math and logic is in my favor. It's not might be a good way. It's mathematically logical, the good way. Again, because remember, that's what math is. Math represents and it helps us illustrate order, sequence. And that's what logic is, right? Logic is just structure. It's a sequence. So when I say, like, it's not might be a good way, like, mathematically, logically speaking, it is the good way. And I just demonstrated all the math. Unless you think for some reason risking $1,000 of your own money versus $100 of your own money somehow makes mathematical sense. So maybe a slight nitpick, but not really. There is no might about it. Mathematically provable, Pam's plan is the most efficient way to go about day trading. All right, is this... I don't know. I don't know why I'm feeling necessarily so bearish here. Got to be careful. Don't want to forget about this clump of... in fact, let's get this mapped out. Don't want to forget about this clump of resistances over here. Let's make it that color. Sometimes it's easy to lose track of things like this because, okay, you're just looking at these, but there is very clearly quite the congestion point right here where sellers were hanging out. And you can see after the price fell below it, surprise, surprise, look right where the seller stepped back up. So I don't know. I might be looking for a short up around there. We'll see if it wants to show some weakness. Oh, good, Steph. I'm glad to hear that. But I assure you, if you... I'm telling you, futures move so much better than any of those things that you listed. So much better. Maybe because the pre-market tariff stuff. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. There is no trend today. Really? I don't know if I agree with that. Seems to be trending upwards right now. Again, I don't know how you define trend, but... I mean, since the open, it seems to be trending upwards. Oh, my bearish bias? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm zooming out. It was down. I mean, what I see here is higher highs and higher lows. So that's my definition of a trend. But again, I don't know. Maybe you're looking at a different time frame. But there we go. So even for beginners, futures is what I should be paying attention to. Not a little more. You should just strictly be paying attention to futures. Like any brand new person, I would say, okay, you're brand new. Trade futures with a prop firm. I've been told, and it turned out to be true with me, if you survive long enough as a day trader, you will eventually be trading futures. And it took me over a decade to get there, but here I am. Because futures just move better. They just do. And every single person that on this live stream that has gone and tried futures, every single one's come back and said, yep, I used to day trade stocks. Yep, I used to day trade crypto. Yeah, I used to day trade options. Wow. Futures just move better. And then the cherry on top is, and you can do it all in a risk-controlled way, such as a prop firm. That's fine, Mike. You can say that it's not trending, and I'm saying for my definition of a trend, I would disagree. But I realize that you may gauge and define a trend differently than I do. Yeah, look at Loyal Wiz. Yep, used to day trade stocks. Won't do it again. Yeah. Don't waste your breath. If they don't want to believe you, let them find out the hard way. I know, but I feel bad. I'm passionate about it because I was so stubborn and stupid about it for so long. Skim XL, aka Shane. Same with him. Yep. Like, I understand. In school, I guess I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure in high school, like if anybody took an economics class, you're going to learn about the stock market. You're not going to learn about the futures market. So people just show up and, futures seem so intimidating, but it's not. Like, if you know how to use a chart already, you are 97% of the way there to trading futures. And the other 3% I can explain to you in about 30 seconds. So what are you doing with the pullback, Mike? So, like, are you buying the pullback? If so, where's your entry? Where's your stop loss going to be? So I don't recognize the name, Mike, but around here, We prefer the alerts where you let us know your entry, your stop loss, and your target before the price gets to any of those areas. So if you want to drop one of those, that'd be the chef's kiss alert right there, or just chef's kiss comment, I should say. No, Mr. Average, that's getting a little bit outside of the scope. Those are called moving averages, but I'm not going to go through like the education of it all. Nothing. EMA is not holding. All right. Well, as soon as you see a trade that you'd be willing to let us know ahead of time. Don't be one of these guys, Mike, that shows up and is like, hey, everybody, I bought right there. It's like, oh, okay, maybe you did, but been following Clay for 10 years, and I heard about prop firms when they first started, but when I looked into take profit from Clay, mentioned it was no-brainer. Yeah. Good. Well, I'm glad you've been following me that long, and yeah, welcome to the world of Pam's Plant. All right. Is this a buy around here? A lot of buyers down here before. Hey, Dan, I like that alert. Very nice. ES, he's given us his entry, he's given us his stop loss, and he's given us his take profit. Dan, shout out. Even if you're wrong, Dan, nothing but my respect. Again, Mike, that's all fine. Cool. Look up above you, Mike. You see Dan? That's the chef's kiss right there. All those numbers given before the price gets to any of those levels. That's what we're looking for, Mike. That's what we're looking for, brother. All right, Dan is in. We're watching the MNQ anyways, but let's see. We'll hop over to the ES real quick. See what Dan said. Okay, yeah. See, Mike, that's too broad. That's we call that broad statement trading. Okay, and then where's your stop loss? So just like I said, let us know that stuff before. But right now it's not quite narrow enough. All right, so Dan got in at 58.07. And okay, so he's in. His stop loss is at 58.04. So down here. So not looking the greatest, but he's hanging in there. He's holding up so far, but that's the stop loss there for Dan. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh, Dan. Oh, still in. Not looking so good, though. Uh-oh. Bouncing off his stop loss. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he would have been filled. Well, even if you're waiting for the candle to close green, you'll at least know where your stop loss is, Mike. So you could give us your stop loss for sure ahead of time. All right, Dan, hanging in there. Hanging in there, brother. It's getting close, so it's knocking on the door. But I got to hop over back to the MNQ because I might be interested in making a trade here. But thank you for the heads up. You're not looking. Steph, do you already use charts to trade? Whatever you're trading right now, do you already use charts? I'm gonna get rid of that line. Yeah, I'm gonna try to catch a knife here. And let me move that down a little bit more. Put my stop right there, brother. Sell stop. There we go. In fact, I'll move that down just a tad bit more. There we go. So there's my buy. Nothing fancy. There have been buyers down here before. Are those buyers still down there? Nobody knows. If they're not, then it'll be a losing trade. If they are and they get some sort of bounce, well then, hey, I'm going to be a happy camper. Okay, Steph. So, whatever you trade, what's one of your favorite setups? Do you have a favorite pattern or anything? All right, Mike. You don't quite seem willing to. That's fine. Some people don't want to give numbers. It is what it is. Yeah, I assumed it's going back up, Dan. Did you? I think you survived too. Good job, Dan. we got to go check. We got to go check on Dan. Nice. Oh my goodness, by the skin of your teeth, you survived. Very good, Dan. What was your target? Your target was 58.15. All right, so you still got some ways to go, but yeah, your position's definitely looking a lot better now. Congratulations. Still not out of the woods, but looking good. All right, I'm going to get rid of these levels. Might be looking a short here. Well, as soon as you get in, Mike, you let us know, and then just say where you got filled at, and then your stop. That'd be much appreciated. EMA pullback 3-bar play. Fibonacci retracement. Okay, well, I have great news, Steph. EMAs are valid in the world of futures. Pullbacks are valid within the world of futures. Fibonacci retracements are valid within the world of futures. So right there, you're 97% of the way for futures. Higher lows, lower highs, all that stuff totally valid within the world of futures. So again, you are, like I said, you're literally 97% of the way. So I'm going to teach you the remaining 3% of futures. Okay? Here we go. I'm going to give you a quiz. I'm going to explain something, and then I'm going to give you a quiz, Steph. So same with all of you that are maybe you are intimidated by futures. You don't have to be intimidated. This is how easy it is when it comes to the remaining 3%. So from this number up to here, if you look at these numbers, there's a difference of 10. So in the world of futures, things move via points. So this would be called 10 points. So the question now becomes, well, what is 1 point worth? So in this, if you were trading the NQ, for example, 1 point equals $20. So my question to you, Steph, and to everybody else that is maybe intimidated by futures is, if somebody said, oh, I just made 10 points on that trade, and you know that 1 point is worth 20, how much money did they make? Main question to you, Steph. Again, that distance right there is 10 points. 1 point is worth $20. So how much was that made? Good job, Dan. And that's amazing. Dan mapped that all out beforehand. That is the good stuff right there, Dan. Well done, sir. Congratulations and nothing but respect. You mapped that all out before it ever happened. So again, Steph, what is that? 10 points, and then 1 point is worth $20. There you go, Steph. There's a remaining. Good job, Mr. Average. There you go. That's why I say if you already use charts, you're 97% of the way to trading futures. The last 3% is you got to understand how points and all that work, but it's not like that's complicated either. There you go. So no, you don't have to go out there and study hours of future. No, that not required. Not required. What is required is you understand how points work relative to the money, which you now officially understand. And if you already use charts, well then, there you go. Man, Dan crushed it. But man, I mean, so close. Like the skip. So again, this is what boggles my mind. For all of you stop loss hunters. Oh, they're out there hunting for stops. Yeah? What happened here? They were literally right at Dan's stop. Why did they not just drop it down a 10 more to grab his stop? Why? Do we have any believers in the stop loss hunters out there? Oh, it's the stop loss algos. Well, what? Did the algo malfunction? How did Dan stop get like as close could be, and the algo didn't really quickly just go down there and grab it? Is it maybe because that's all nonsense? And at the end of the day, it's just supply and demand, and what happens is what happens? Do we really have to have a conspiracy about every single thing? Again, I'd love it. If we have any stop loss algo believers in here, why did the algo not get his stop? If somebody could explain that to me, it'd be amazing. I would submit that it's a confirmation bias. So anytime you get stopped out, it's like, oh, the stop loss hunters. But anytime where it's really close, like we just witnessed Dan's trade and it doesn't happen, you block that out of your mind because it doesn't confirm your bias. If your bias is stop loss hunters. Yeah, JVax, that's pretty good. Hey, we're getting close to 150 likes. Make sure you hit that like button. Let's try to, we're at the 2 hour mark. I'd like to try to get this up to 150 likes within the next 15 minutes or so. And that, for anybody that's new, that ensures the live stream continues. I will keep on moving as long as I know people are interested. And again, I gauge interest via that like button. So if you want to keep the party moving, and you still have not yet hit that like button, please do so. That is, like I said, a very helpful statistic in my world. And you're literally influencing the live stream itself on whether, we call it good or if we keep it going. Sorry. Well, once again, rejected up at that area. So yes, this resistance here, it's doing work. Now, granted, I know, to be fair. Well, Clay, it never hit it. Okay, fair enough. It didn't hit it right here. And yes, technically speaking, it didn't hit it right there. But can we agree it got close? It got close to this general range right up here around the 20,990 mark. Can you have my email address? Sure. Clay@claytrader.com. There you go. Yeah, Mike, I'd agree. Sellers do seem to be camping in that area. Whether they continue to camp, that's the question. But that's also why stop losses exist. Top 5 most liquid U.S. markets, S&P E-minis, crude, and Q. Interesting statistic. Thanks for sharing. I'm not sure I knew that. I've had my stops hit at 5 cents out and not hit it right at it, so it's up to the market. Yeah, exactly. All right, we got Loyal Wiz looking to buy at 9.75. Where's 9.75 at? Okay, so he's looking for a pullback here. Stop is at 9.64. Okay. Do I see an ascending triangle? Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that per se. If this is what you're looking at, that and that, I don't think I'd put up much of an argument. Reminds me of a Call of Duty. I never was a huge video gamer, so I mean I've heard of Call of Duty, but I can't say I get that reference. The more liquid a market is, the slower it moves. I hear what you're saying. But sometimes the most liquid stocks could be Tesla, and then you look at the Tesla chart, and it's all over the place. But I understand what angle you're probably saying that from. Everyone knows stop losses only exist so the almost something to hunt and don't get bored. Exactly, JVax. Oh, great. Maybe did it go to my junk? You might need to send it again. I'm not sure if I got it. So really just a question of does it and can it push up through or is this just a short right here again? Is it just get short here? I mean, it's rolled over several times, and if it doesn't, your stop is right there. I mean, if that's your trade plan, I'm not calling you crazy. I see the logic. Where do you got to go, Mike? Where do you got to go? That's better than where you're at right now. In some ways, it's just like, or do you just wait? You just throw in, you know what? Maybe that's what I'll do, and we'll just, yeah. Let's do this. I got wiggle room to get a little spicy. I'm just gonna buy right here, and I'm gonna. So if I'm at 995, if I go below that area, I'll risk 7 points. And if this happens to be a big explosive move, then let's have some fun. If not, I'll lose some money, lose 7 points on it. So yeah, but I want to see if it can clear this in area first. But yeah, I can risk 7 points. So my green line is the is my entry. And I'm not trying to anticipate, just trying to look to see if it wants to show some strength by being able to push up through all this area. Maybe I'll buy the top, and if I do, so be it. I know my loss, and I know that I'll be okay with my loss. So it is what it is, brother. All right, it's trying. Again, that's why I want a little bit more confirmation. I'm not willing to buy right now because it seems like it also just gets smacked right back down. We'll see if it wants to push up. Hey, hit that like button. I bet if we get this to 150 likes, it's going to be a money-making trade. Come on. And we're only at 146 likes. Not going to work. There we go. We're at 150. Here we go. Get ready to make some money, folks. We just hit 150 likes. This is the secret sauce to trading. It's all about that like button. The higher above 150, the more money we make. Okay. If I get filled, then I'm going to click in my stop. Okay, let's go. We hit that like button. We're at 151. Let's get this party started. Uh-oh. Pulling back a little bit. All right, let's see if it wants to give another go. Hopefully it doesn't fill me and then drop right back down. If it does, I'll look like the fool, but at least I know my risk is managed here. Come on. Come on, we're at 152 likes. That's enough. That's enough. That was the power we needed. Come on. Oh. Clay scalp so I can hold. All right, now it's pulling. It got close to my entry. And just like, oh, well, I'm glad I waited for that confirmation. Because all those people that were buying, they're just getting dumped over. So exit out of that. Maybe if it wants to come back up, I can try again. But sometimes that's why it pays to just wait for a little bit more confirmation. Is it really going to come all the way back up? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Where's my order? I put an... Uh-oh, I don't like that. Exit. That was totally delayed. Is TradeOvate having issues? Let me do a test. Let's buy. Okay, that was instant. Let's try again. Buy. Okay, that was instant. There was definitely a delay on that one, though. I don't like when that happens. Okay. There we go. All right, that was instant. All right, brother, let's go. There we go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, you clear that whole range. Come on. Come on. Come on. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't like that pullback. Okay, let me put my stop slightly in green territory. So this will be a winning trade. I'm going to follow it up with the remaining. Keep on breaking up for me. Come on, Cletus. Do it for Cletus. Push up, brother. Again, My stop is above my entry, so this will be a winning trade no matter what. No. Come on, go back up. I hear the weather's nice up here, brother. Brother, let's negotiate. Oh, it did not want to negotiate. All right, there we go. There we go. Why don't you just... Oh, Denmer, never mind. Why I haven't banned you yet? Why haven't I not? Why is Denmer still here? Continuing to prove that he's just a troll. At least he's not throwing his garbage stock out us anymore. Did it go down? Is that why? Is that why you're not sitting here? What was it? AUDD? No. Or is it AUDD? What was your garbage stock you kept telling us about? AUD? I can't remember. But he's somebody here that, like, he keeps trying to, like, tell us how great this piece of garbage company is. Anyways. Well, no, he knows the answer. He knows the answer. In fact, there's like probably, at this point, maybe like between 3 to 5 people that'll probably never forget. He's one of them. Like, this is the level of his trollness. He showed up several weeks ago, and I thought he was genuine. And he's asking some questions, so I walk him through. And this was on a Saturday too. I literally devoted a good 10 to 20 minutes, like, trying to help him out, trying to point some things. And then I'm like, all right, hey, are you? So what are your thoughts? Do you have any more questions? And then he was just gone. Like, he left midway through. Now at first he's like, sorry, my phone died. But now, seeing his behavior since then, no, that actually was not true. And now he's just back doing, talking about all these garbage things. So he is one of the people that, like, he's just, yeah. Like, it was amazing to me. Like, anybody that was there, like, was like, man, you dedicated a lot of time to try to explain and help him and teach him some things. And then he, like, literally disappeared. I don't know at what point. It was, like, all I could do was laugh and be like, are there really people like that in this world? And apparently they are. They are the Denmers of the world. So I should flush him, yeah. I don't even know if he's real. An absolute total, yeah. Yeah, no, he taught me a lesson. Like, I've learned a lot about people on this live. Like, some people, like, I honestly did not know people like Denmar existed until that experience. I'm like, whoa. Like, if I just put myself in somebody, and this, I'm not saying this makes me some sort of, like, great human being. To me, this is common sense. But if I come across somebody and they're, like, putting in, like, a genuine, like, effort to try to help me, try to explain things, this, and this, like, it would never cross my mind to just, like, leave. But I guess some people are just like, they think that's normal. I don't know. And like I said, I don't think most people are like that. I think most people are like me. $8 million, Gene. $8 million. Oh, you were there for that, JVax? So you remember what I was talking about. Hey, Anthony. Good to see you. I was lying. It's actually 20 million. You got me. No, Denmark, you've never even traded futures. That's your problem, buddy. In fact, why am I still, this guy's like, literally, he's like, I did not think, like, why, yeah, I don't know how he wasn't banned. Where is that? There we go. Denmark's gone. I thought I already banned him. Was that a new name he created? Clay is a big futures guy. Yeah, I'm a big, in the category of day trading, I'm a big logic guy. Like, I'm a big, what makes the most sense? What's the most efficient guy? That is true. So, and that just happens to be futures. Yeah, no, Apex, exactly. That's the whole point of the live stream. Like, some people think, like, I'm doing this because I want to, like, prove myself as a trader, or that I'm trying to sell my course. And if you've been here long enough, The only time I ever talk about my course is if people start asking questions. It's like, okay, you're asking so many questions, just check this out. But other than that, yeah, my main goal here is to tell people about Pam's plant, because you're right, Apex. People just they just don't know. They show up thinking that stocks is really the only thing to do, or the younger generation shows up. I just have to trade cryptos. And it's like, I'm telling you, there's a more efficient way. Did I even make that much on the breakout? I don't remember. How much was I up before I took that breakout trade? I thought I did better on it than I did. Maybe not. Mikey, I thought about what you said earlier this week about day trading options. What about if you look for shorts only? No. If you go short, S for short, the obvious way you lose money is if it goes up. That means you lose money because you're short. Obvious way you make money is if you're short and it goes down. Okay. If it goes If it goes short, you make money. If it goes sideways, you're still losing money. That doesn't do anything to change it, Mikey. There's one of three things that can happen. It goes up, it goes down, or it goes sideways. Two of those three cause you to lose money in day trading in the world of options day trading. Hey, Ali, how are you? So no, Mikey, Mikey, what are you thinking about? Like, it's just basic math, right? Right? We all know this. Like when you purchase something, there are three things that something can do. It can either go up in value, it can go down in value, or it can maintain its value. It can just go sideways. That's it. There is no fourth option. I thought theta would be on your side if you short. Well, yes, if you literally short the option, sure, but you need a lot of capital for that, and that's also very risky, especially if you're doing a naked short. So you will need a ton of money to do that because your broker is going to be like, you're taking on immense risk. You need to have a huge account because we're not going to bear that risk for you. I mean, kind of, Steph. Kind of. But as traders way better than I am use prop firms. Why? Because they're like, well, why would I risk all of my capital? Like, why would I do that? So it has nothing to do with this. I mean, it helps with learning, don't get me wrong. But that's not like the only, reason. Like I said, in my private community where there is traders that are way better than I am, they're like, yeah, why would I risk my own capital? Why would I take on 100% of the downside risk? Really, the best way to go about day trading these days is trade futures with prop firm. Correct, Anar. Pam's plant. Exactly. I agree. Yeah. I mean, you can do that, Zurbet, if you want to make a bunch of money. That sounds like a great way to make a bunch of money. Clay, sorry to Pocky. That must be a typo, or else it's some cool kid lingo that I'm not familiar with. By the way, I don't know if Gene Anderson still. The reason why I just gave the goofy answers is because I mean, it's right here. It's right here, and I already talked about my day at the beginning. Like I said, for anybody that was here on time, you know exactly how the day went. But that's why I do it on time, because I don't feel like going over it over and over and over again. All right. I'm kind of interested in potentially playing. My stop is kind of wide, though. I was thinking about buying there, but do I really want to put my stop all the way? Okay. Now I can maybe get a narrow stop. Yeah, I'll do. Oh, I want 5. I'll do that. I'll buy 5 right there. Here we go. Little scalpy scalp? Give me a little scalpy scalp. That was just... All right, Loyal, I hope you're holding. I scalped. You know the routine. This thing's about to go up to probably at least their minimum. Loyal Wiz, you in? I chose to scalp. You know what to do. Oh, he's already in. There you go. Clay, would you use short-term prop firms for short-term to build capital, eventually trade with your... No. Like, I do understand one argument is this, so let's quiz everybody. Because I've had this argument thrown at yourself. Why would I use a prop firm? If I use my own money, I get to keep 100% of the profits. With Take Profit Trader and the Pro account, you only get to keep 80% of your profits. Or in Pro Plus, you only get to keep 90% of your profits. Okay, fair enough. That is true. If you use your own money, you do get to keep 100% of your profits. Here's my question to all of you, though. You also get to keep 100% of something else. Can anybody guess in the chat what this 100% of something else is? Again, it is true. If you use your own money, you do indeed get to keep 100% of your gains. But you also get to keep 100% of something else. Does anybody know what else that something else is? Again, important question because this will tell me, do you fully understand the argument for prop firms? Exactly. You also get to keep 100% of your risk, of your downside. So for me, I think, again, it's fair. You don't get to keep 100% of your gains, but it's almost like an insurance policy. You're in the Pro account, you're paying a 20% insurance policy to not have to worry about a disastrous day, and you actually, that's all of your money lost on that disastrous day. So it is true. It is true. But is it worth sacrificing 10%, 20% of your profits in order to have a big buffer against downside risk? I think so, yes. Yeah, exactly. Agreed, Anthony. And even with all that downside protection, still you get to keep 80, 90%. That's not shabby. Hey, Ken's here. Wasn't I thinking about going long? I could have sworn I was thinking about going long. How did I get? It is what it is. That's what I get for distracting myself, I guess. Did I? Oh, that's right. That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the live, it's a crazy experience. Don't judge me too hard unless you'll ever live stream yourself. You're right. I already did go long. I already went long and I got in and out already, didn't I? Am I in a trade? No, I was in a trade though. And I scalped. And like I told Loyal Wiz, hey, I'm out. Make sure I scalp. Make sure you hold. Sure enough, there it goes. That is hilarious, man. The mind is a crazy place. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm sign up for this. Sign up for this. It's free, Mr. Average, so you don't have to have a panic attack. Go ahead. Sign up for this next Thursday, okay? That'll help. Based on the questions you're asking, that'll help. All right. Is this a short? It could be. It could be. There's a track record of sellers hanging up out here, up around here. I could do it for very minimal risk. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's see if it wants to put, and I'll try to capture it on the way back down. In fact, I could be doing it right now. Let's do this. Yeah. I would not take this trade. I am on a massive win streak right now. I am due for a losing trade. So fair warning, I don't remember the last losing trade I've had, but it's been a while, and I've made many trades this morning and since the live stream. But namely the live stream, I am on a good, solid win streak right now. So I would not take this trade if I were you, because I am due for a loss. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. because I don't believe in jinxes. I disagree with your premise, LMD. All right. That one was putzing around too much. Oh, good. Woo! Good job, Instincts. Highway to the danger zone. Good job, Loyal Wiz. I hope you're still holding. Hey, Loyal Wiz, remember when I was long down here and then I scalped out? And then I'm like, hey, Loyal Wiz, I just scalped. Make sure you're holding. Good grief. Now, I can't wait to see the super chat I get from Loyal Wiz today. It's probably going to be like $10,000. I did dodge that one, yeah. Like I said, it was putzing around a little bit too much. I'm like, Oh. Well done, Loyal Wiz. Correct, Steph. It's funny you say that. I've had some people for that exact reason. The premise being, I don't know any trader either that doesn't ever have a bad day where you break rules or you just have a bad day. You go on tilt, you revenge trade, you FOMO, just something. You break a rule, you have a bad day. I don't know any of traders that are perfect either. But I think we've had two now since I started the live stream where I was trying to kind of carry them down that pathway so they could understand the power of a prop firm. And their answers are like, no, I never break rules. I'm like, wait, so you're a perfectly flawless trader? Yeah, it took a long time to get my emotions in check, but I literally never, ever break rules anymore. I never have bad days. I'm like, wow, this is historic. We have a perfect trader here now. They never break rules. Is it possible to make 1,000 a day? In futures? Yes, you could average 1,000 a day. I'm not saying that's easy. I'm not saying that's for sure going to happen. All I'm saying is, could you average $1,000 a day? Yes, you could. That is reasonable in the world of futures. And yeah, unicorns apparently do still exist. Yeah. All right. I might take a short here, though. Yeah, let's do that. Sell. I like this candle. Might not mean anything, but I'll give it a go. Again, red line is my entry. Short. Green is my stop. Okay, I am partially in. No, I didn't want to do that. What's up with these partial fills? I had 3. So when never mind. I don't know if that was a winning trade or not. Don't buy. I wasn't buying. I was shorting Smoother Hooper. Come on, man. I was shorting, brudda. Could get short again. Okay, tight stop. We'll see if it wants to come down. Uh-oh. Smoother Hooper, you told me not to buy, so I did the opposite and I shorted, and I'm going to have a losing trade. What in the world, Smoother Hooper? You said don't buy, so I did the opposite and I shorted, and I just took a loss. What is up with that, Smoother Hooper? What do you have to say for yourself? Unbelievable. And I'm just following random strangers in the chat. I thought that was a good strategy. And crickets from Smoother Hooper. Uh-oh. Not looking so good for you either then, Loyal Wiz. Smoother Hooper, where did you go? Okay, so Smoother, who, I mean, I'm just giving him a hard time. He's our resident. He just runs around and flaps his lips, doesn't really actually know what he's talking about, but I'm just giving you a hard time. I've got you figured out. You're one of the armchair quarterbacks that just flaps them lips. I did like that trade, though. Maybe I would have still been okay. Maybe I got a little too tight with the stop. But Smoother Hooper, you owe me $75. Or I send you to ban room. $75. Oh, Gohar, I got your email. Okay. So usually by the 3-hour mark, I want to have at least 200 likes. We are 30 minutes away, and we're not. I mean, we're close. We need to make a push to get this up to 200 likes if this is going to go beyond the 3-hour mark. So if you have a like and you have not used it, please hit that like button. It's a very practical metric that I use. Unbelievable, Smoother Hooper. You said don't buy. And then look at this thing just go. And then you literally just said sell the market, and now it's going up. Okay, Smoother Hooper, new rule for you. No more predictions or comments, okay? Because you clearly have no idea what you're talking about. Let's go all the way till market closes. Nah, usually the likes peter out. Right now, I don't even know if we're going to get up to 200 likes in the next 29 minutes. It's kind of slow, so I'm not sure what's going on. We'll see, though. We'll see. Whoa, 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 whoa. Man, that was epic timing on my part. But that totally freaked me out. I got short there, and then literally afterwards, I don't know how, that was, I don't know, like $125 trade on 5 micros. Oh, boy. Man, I wish I had timing like that all the time. Did anybody see that, or is that just me? Did anybody see me get in and then it just flashed down like that? That was wild. Wow. Robert, new to futures. Hey, love to hear people new to futures. All I will say, well, Robert, are you going to be doing it through a prop firm? That was crazy. Exactly, they were. Exactly, Ken. Okay, Robert, are you going to use a prop firm, though, when you start to trade with capital? When you start to when you step out of the demo account and you start to trade, are you going to use a prop firm? That was a random time, too, so I don't know if that was a tweet or I don't know. Okay, you are going to use a prop firm? Well, then, assuming that you use Take Profit Trader, I don't know how other prop firms do it per se, but Take Profit Trader is just, it's easy because they're going to just send you a 1099, and that's it. So they will send you a 1099 form. That's all you got to worry about. See you, Steph. You're welcome, Robert. And please use code Clay. That'll give you the current promotion and help support the channel. Make sure my kids eat. I got 6 kids that had to eat dirt last night. I'm a little bummed. Ken from time to time would give the $5 super chat, and all he would say is $5 super chat is feed the kids, code Clay. He hasn't done that in a while though. It's disheartening. So it jolted. Hey, Loyal Wiz, did that stop you out on that move down? When it came down like that, did that take you out? I tried using code Clay. It didn't work. What do you mean it didn't work? Did you click the apply button? Yes, but I had 3 in queue and 2 got out at 10 points. I let one go long and stopped out. Oh, all right, Loyal Wiz. Glad it wasn't too bad. That is true, Ken. Did you use code Clay all caps? I don't know if that makes a difference or not. Actually, does anybody know? Does it make a difference if you don't do all caps? Promos are only caps. Just used it right now. Oh, okay. So Loyal Wiz, you're saying when you type it in at take profit, it comes out all caps anyways? You did something wrong then, Dustin, because Loyal Wiz, are you saying you just purchased an account using the code? Loyal Wiz? You said just used it right now. Am I understanding you right? You just purchased an account using it? Holy smokes. That was crazy. Acted like it wanted to go down and then boop. Yeah, I just purchased 150K and it said caps only. But I mean, can you confirm that code Clay did work? Like you got the discount, Loyal Wiz? So you literally just purchased that account using code Clay and you're saying it works. Clay did work. All right, Dustin. So we literally just had somebody use the code. So you were not doing something correctly. I think you do have to click the apply button, right? Oh, well, look at this move. We are on the 5 minute approaching an interesting territory. Let me bring this over. Careful. We're at this pivot point right now, but we are getting close to that pink line there, which is a 200 period moving average, which I could fee very realistically. Yeah, Dustin, I think that's probably what you didn't do. You just typed it in, but you have to click apply. Or were you trying to use it on were you resetting an account, Dustin? Okay, I probably screwed it. Wait, so you used code Clay and you got a 30% discount, Dustin? I could not figure out how to use your discount code. I'm what? I don't understand that, Nero. Well, if you use code Clay and then you saw you got a discount, it sounds like code Clay did indeed work. I don't know what Nero's talking about. I'm not sure what you mean. How to use a discount code. I'm not. In this day and age, I figured most people would have purchased stuff online before. So you type in the code where it says discount code. It's weird. It's the people that ask 8 million questions and then they're like, oh yeah, I didn't use your code. I couldn't figure it out. It's like, wait, what? You could have at least tried a little harder than that. It's super easy to buy the account. Like if I didn't recognize the name, because I know you've been here for a long time, I'd literally think you're trolling right now. But I know you're not because I know you've been here. So I don't know how it could be a pain to enter in a coupon code. Okay, well, if you got the discount, Dustin, which it sounds like you did, then it sounds like code Clay did work. So from what you've described, you use code Clay. You did get a discount. Loyal Wiz, I want to ask. Oh, okay. So when you just bought one, Loyal Wiz, was it all caps or did you try doing lowercase? Oh, okay. Just flat out won't let you do lowercase. Okay. Demetrius, yeah. When did you do it though? Okay. Did you literally just do one, Demetrius? Oh, I say it will tell you can't do it in lowercase. Gotcha. Okay. Yes. Thank you. I'm not sure that's relevant right now because Dustin was saying like the code didn't work, like as in right now. So that's why I'm curious. For anybody that's done it like right now, can they confirm that the code's working? But Loyal Wiz said he literally just got one right now with code Clay and it worked. All right, we'll get off the 5-minute for now and we'll watch this here on the 2-minute. Oh boy, this is whispering to get short. I like this candle here, but is this going to be some late afternoon grind? Hey, we are still, we got 19 minutes to get 27 likes. I'm going to be kind of bummed. I thought we'd have a 4-hour stream. We started off so strong with the likes, but they're just not, we're kind of slacking. So if you are enjoying, please hit that like button so we can keep the party going. I want to get this up to 200 likes by the 3-hour mark. So that's about 19 minutes. So if you still have a like and have not used it, it has practical ramifications to use it. Nero, you may have been here for a long time, but I'm not sure you're always listening, brother. Surely you've heard me walk you through the sign-up process a billion times by now. How you start off on Take Profit Trader and how you've heard me say, do not go to Trade with 8 separately. Sorry, I tried. Well, Dustin, I think it worked. If you use code Clay and you got a discount, then it sounds like code Clay did indeed work. Did you see my question about the short setup yesterday at around 3:30? I did not. Nope. I went in just now to TPT and tried your code and it shows a discount. Did you finish through the process though, I'm wondering, John? I mean, I'm glad that it showed, but I mean, is it possible that it shows but it doesn't work like if you were to click the purchase button? There we go. Likes are creeping up. Maybe we have a chance. Maybe we can get 18 more in the next 17 minutes. I don't know, though. Okay, I'm going to get short there. Clearly some sellers are hanging around here, but I don't know if they're... that's... Good. Good. Yeah, I think that would have stopped me out. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yep. I would have been right around. Yep. That. All right, Instincts. Good job. How long is that code going to be available for? No expiration as far as I'm aware. And yes, you can use it for as many accounts as you want, Dan. Risky, but 0.58 long. Oh, you're already in. I will share all your videos. Well, hey, thanks. Thanks, Dustin. Come on, please don't make me keep my word. Can we please just get this up to 200 likes? Because then I'm going to be there 3 hours, and for the sake of keeping my word and not being a liar, I'm going to have to end the live stream. So please, just hit the like button. Can we just get this up to 200? I don't know why today is so hard to get this up to 200 likes. What is going on? What is going on? Come on, brothers and sisters. Look at, okay. Look at all these. Keeps getting knocked back down. I might need Kit to come on. Yes, you can use the code for each account that you purchase. Thank you, John. Yep. Okay, Smoother Hooper, in all seriousness, stop. Stop doing that. AG Finance, that's only 158 watching. How can you squeeze? Well, because we're not starting at 0, AG Finance. We're at 191 likes right now. Your question only makes mathematical sense under the premise that I am at 0 right now. AG Finance, oh boy. You're not like a financial planner, are you? If so, with all due respect, brother, I may avoid your firm. Well, that's the only way your thing makes sense. There's only 158 watching. How can you squeeze 200 likes out of them? Why would I need to squeeze 200 likes out of them if I'm not at 0? Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining, brother. It was your premise that said I need to squeeze 200 likes. I didn't say I needed to squeeze 200 likes. I said we got to get to 200 likes. 0 straw man. Now you're the, I don't know what you're It's all right, man. It's all right. You just to be fair, maybe you just joined and on your end it showed 0 likes. I don't know. Maybe that was what you were looking at. I do agree though that if I was at 0, then yeah, the mathematical problem you presented is indeed a problem. If I was at 0 and I only had 158 people watching, how could I get 200 likes? I hear you. That actually makes sense, but that's not what was actually happening. Rocky Sam, refresh. We're at 197 now. All right. Is this a short here? You know, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if it wants to come up through there and then come back down. Then I'll look to get short, assuming my risk profile doesn't get super big. Keep in mind, if you are thinking of going long, fine, but just FYI, you have on the 5 minute, you have the 200 period looming overhead. Doesn't mean that it'll reject the price, but the 200 period has been known to behave as resistance from time to time. Okay, let's see if it wants to come back down. Okay, I got a partial. All right, I got 3 right now. Well, I'm glad I only got 3 of my 5. Ain't looking so hot right now. All these upper shadows. Thought maybe the sellers had finally shown up, but apparently not. I guess it's not technically out of the trade yet. Come on. I'll take that because that was I would not have guessed that turned into a winning trade, but I'll take it. AJ, it's okay. You're not going to get yourself out of what you said. How can you squeeze 200 likes? That means you think I need to squeeze 200 likes. I didn't need to squeeze 200 likes. We had 20 some more I needed to go. You're the one that implied I needed to squeeze 200 likes. So the only way that makes sense is if you thought I was at 0. In no other way does it make sense for you to say I need to squeeze 200 likes. Maybe you meant 20. Maybe that was a typo with an extra zero. That's possible. I can be intellectually honest. Maybe that was a typo and you meant to type 20. Lydia, the downtrend with Apple is killing my profits. I need to watch your videos on how to make money with futures. Yeah, you should probably really stop trading. I mean, Apple, goodness. Apple takes a lot of capital to trade Apple. Like, how many shares of Apple did you have? Well, I'm glad I weathered that storm. It came down nicely. Your logic makes no sense. If there are 158 people in the room and you want to... Okay. All right, AG. Yep, you're right. You're right. I agree. Makes no sense. Clay, Kit may give you 5 more likes. Just 2. No, that's fine. That's fine. That illustrates a good example, though. I mean, and I don't mean to be, a jerk or anything, but if we look at Apple, and you have 2 shares, like how much does that cost you? So right now it's at, we'll call it $195. So $195 per share, and you have 2 shares. That means you have had to put $390 into the stock. So let's say Apple just explodes. And let's say it goes from, I don't know, 195, which is right here, all the way up to, and let's just call that 205. So look at that distance. So it moved $10 per share. Well, if you owned 2 shares and it went $10 per share, you made $20. Okay, so $390 and you made $20 on an explosive move. In the world of futures, you could get started with futures for as little as, with a prop firm that is, which is what we're talking about here, for $105. So for less, you're using $390 right now in Apple. But you could have used $105 and you could have gotten yourself up to 3 of these sorts of contracts. But we're just going to use 1 of those types of contracts. So remember that big old distance here on Apple? Let's just look at a much smaller distance. Such as this. From here to here is 10. 10 points. Okay? That's how things are in futures. 10 points is that difference right there. 1 point is worth $20. So right there, the quick math, it was 10 points. 1 point is worth 20. That's $200 you could have made on a very tiny move. So that's what I mean when I say day trading stocks is inefficient. Like, think about how inefficient that capital usage is. $390 for 2 shares, and you show, like, okay, let's say Apple makes a big move and moves $10 per share. Okay, that was $20 profit. Or you could use way less money and make way more money, and you don't need that much movement. And your risk is minimal. Because right now, the risk, if she's got $390 in, I mean, it's not going to go poof with Apple. But, so did you get the idea? Hey, we need 3 more likes. We don't need 200 likes. We need 3 more likes to push us over 200. So if you have not hit the like button, we need to get over 200. I don't need 200 likes. We just need to get over 200 likes in the next 3 minutes. So if any of you have a like, please hit it so we can ensure that this keeps on moving past the 3-hour mark. It's kind of borrowed money in a sense. But the point being is your risk is very minimal and you get a whole lot more bang for your buck. That's what I mean about efficiency. How day trading stocks is very inefficient because you're not getting a very good bang for your buck, as you're seeing here. It required $390. In your case, you said you bought at $210. So it required $420 to get those 2 shares. And even if Apple explodes and goes $10 per share, I mean, you only made $20. Whereas for much less, you could get yourself 1 contract that could really, really work out. Hey, we're at 208 likes. That's how we do it here. The party continues. Okay, all right. Okay, if this wants to come back down to the green line, which is a 21 EMA, again, thing of beauty, right off that level, and come back up, I'm getting long. I hit like. Thank you, Lydia. But yes, please. And I promise, assuming you want to be a day trader, you'll look at futures and be like, wow, futures move so much better than Apple does. Dustin made 257 today, still in test stage. Thanks, Clay, checking out. Cool, Dustin. Hopefully to see you back on the stream again. Up 730 on both accounts. Again today, stopped out. Good job, Demetrius. Was hoping it'd come back down. Very nice afternoon movement here, but again, bringing over the 5-minute. Never hit that 200 period to be fair, but I've warned, be careful about that from the long side and with a pullback there. So always make sure you're checking multiple time frames. Yeah, Frank, I don't know. But apparently, Frank, it's our logic that is wrong. Like I told him, I don't plan on using his financial firm if he runs one. Hey, Loyal Wiz. Thank you, sir. Loyal Wiz always does the opposite of what I do, and he makes good money doing it. Futures will be open on Monday, and I'll be trying out futures. So far, I've been only day. Okay, Lydia, I want to make sure when you're gonna try futures, you're gonna do it through a prop firm, right? Do not go and try futures using your own money. I want to be very clear on that. When you say you're gonna try futures, that means through a prop firm. Is my understanding right? No. Don't get into Forex. Good grief. Do not get into Forex. Unless you like watching paint dry. Exactly, Hanar. Mr. Chris, no, I like the 1,000 tick chart. But I have not, but I have not used a 2,000 tick chart on the ES. Yes, the one I recommend is at the top of the page there. Take Profit Trader. If you use that link, or it's at the top of the chat box, it's pinned. If you go there, make sure you use code Clay. That way you can get the discount and the promotion, and then it also supports the channel. But that's who I use and who I recommend and who is very beginner friendly. Take Profit Trader. But yes, definitely make sure you are, with futures, make sure you're in a prop firm, because futures can move, like I said, after what you've been witnessing with Apple, Apple's been moving quite a bit. I promise, once you see futures, you're going to be like, oh, whoa. No, Apple was actually not moving a whole lot. Futures move way better. So yes, Take Profit Trader. Again, AG Finance, what's throwing us all off is the comment you said, and this again, and you clearly did not mean it this way because you keep trying to defend an undefendable statement. So you just misspoke. That's fine. We all do it. Welcome to the club. But you said I was trying to squeeze 200 likes. That's just what everybody. That's why everybody is like, what are you talking about? But you clearly misspoke, But if you say you need to squeeze 200 likes, and that means you were implying that I needed 200 likes. But that was not the case because I was not at 0. If I was at 0, then yeah, of course I would need 200 likes if that's where my goal was. But that's what's throwing everybody off is you saying, how are you going to squeeze 200 likes, right? That's where everybody's building from. It was a comment in that moment, and right. Again, but that's where I said, well, that's a false premise because I'm not starting at 0. If I was, then I understand the math problem. Dude, how are you going to get 200 likes when you only have 158 watching? I get it. But that's why I was saying, well, there's a flaw with your math because I was not at 0 likes. I'm not quite sure how else to explain it to you, AG Finance. I don't know. Yeah, maybe English is not your first language. I don't say that to be mean, but I've learned that there's people from around the world that watch this. So sometimes English is not somebody's first language and they struggle, which, again, so I don't say that at all to be mean, because I don't know where you're at in the world. But I just don't know how else I could explain it to you within the English language. Maybe somebody else can explain it to him, but I tried my best. All right, with the poll back here, let's see what it can cook up. Hey, there's Ken. There you go. The projecting here is amazing. Okay, let's just try this one more time as we wait for this pullback. Did you say that I needed to squeeze 200 likes? The things you talk about on a Friday afternoon. How can you squeeze 200 likes out of them? Therefore, you are implying I need 200 likes. Hey man, there's only 158 people. How can you squeeze 200 likes out of them? So, okay. That is a mathematical problem, because if I'm at 0 likes and I want 200 likes, well, if there's only 158 people and we assume every single one gives me a like, well then guess what? I'm stuck at 158. So I totally get what you're saying, but you had a faulty premise. Your premise was that I was starting from 0. That was a faulty premise. But because I was not starting from 0, I therefore did not need to squeeze 200 likes. That's all I'm saying, and that's the best I can do. If you can't understand that from your own comment, I don't know what to tell you. But we got to move on. I read it. I think. You missed my question twice. No, oh, I didn't. What was your question? Man, I got AG Finance in here doing who knows what. I'm trying to just explain some basic math. But I am waving the white flag. I don't know how else to explain. If somebody else in the chat room is a better explainer of basic math than I am, have at it. Maybe one of you can help him out. Paul, hi, I'm new here watching you from Chile. Hey, adios. No, adios would be bye. What's hello? No, adios is bye. Hola, there we go. Trying to learn futures. Well, good, Paul. Good. Yeah. Futures is where it's at in the category of day trading. Hey, Printer Brothers, good to see ya. Does this thing want to bounce? Oh, I was like, what is that a picture of? Orangutan. That's what it's a picture of. That's funny. Okay, I'm getting interested in getting long here. Assuming this closes a green candle, and then the next candle comes down, I am getting long with a stop right around here. But this candle needs to close green, solidly green. Then I want to see the next candle come down. All right, here we go. All right, but I don't want to see it push up too much. TJP, hey, what's up? Time to cook. Let's see. It's either time to cook or time to get cooked. One or the other. Hopefully it's the former. Long at 210. Okay, well the highs right there is basically 21,075. So where's your stop actually at? Because at the highs, I'm pretty sure your broker does not allow you to type in an order at the highs. I think it requires a number, doesn't it? I'm only doing this. Let's make sure everybody is on the same page. Gotta head out, peeps. You have a blessed weekend. Yeah, have a great weekend too, Miss Tiny Shipping. TJP, been battling the market all day. Been one of those days, in a good or bad way. 12, well, no. That's a terrible stop. Are you short? Did you say you're short? Oh, long. You're long at 20. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. If you're long at 2103, your stop would not be at the highs. If you were short, that would make sense that your stop is up here at the highs. I think you had a typo. I'm a bad typer. That's all right. It happens. Not everybody can be a flawless typer like I can be, who can type 8,000 words every 10 seconds. Long at 21,032. No, my friend, that still doesn't make any sense. If you're long at 21,032, your stop should be lower than that amount if you're long. Do you mean your target price is at 21,075? Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? America. I'm eating some apple pie right now, along with a hot dog. My take profit is okay. All right. Well, there's a difference between your take profit and your stop. Where's your stop at? I'm a little worried. Do you even know what a stop is? If you don't, that's fine, but that would be a kind of a bit of a red flag to maybe tap the brakes a little bit. I still am interested if this wants to come down from the long side. But the problem is, if you go long here, I mean, where do you put your stop? All the way down there? That's kind of a wide stop. My stop loss is at 21,027. So right about there. All right. We got you now. Where are you from, LV? I mean, I don't know how specific you were asking. Were you asking where am I at in the world, or where am I at, like, within the United States? You look like you're from Las Vegas. All right. Las Vegas must be filled with beautiful people, then. Is Las Vegas filled with Greek god-looking people? Apparently. I did not know that Las Vegas was known for people that look like Greek gods. Stop, move to break even. All right, good job. Well, I wanted the pullback to come down a little bit more. It didn't. It's leaving me in its dust. I'm in Iowa. I was not aware that people from Vegas look like Greek gods. I didn't know that. Maybe if we, kind of call that an area of resistance, I very well could be putting a square, trying to fit a square peg through a round hole here, but oh, never mind. I was going to say, maybe if we get this to pull back here, this is what I was thinking of before everything just exploded, but I was like, all right, well, maybe we could get some sort of like bull flag pattern below this area and then maybe look for the move up through, but no, it didn't want to wait for that. It's like, no, I'm going to keep going. I'm like, okay, all right. Again, there's no guarantees, but just be careful about getting overly excited because there is still that 200 period simple moving average looming up overhead, which again, not guaranteed to knock the price down, but just something to keep in mind. I guess I can get rid of this line, huh? It's served its purpose. What if it breaks that 200? I don't know. What if? I don't know. Could definitely see some more momentum. I was waiting for the dump, but happened overnight. Yeah. Sometimes that's how it goes. Those movements just happen at inopportune times. So you can be right, broadly speaking. I think the market's going to go down. But if the timing's not quite there, then you ain't making any money from it, even though you were right. That's one thing that's hard about trading. It's easy for somebody to say, I think it's going to pull back and go back up. So it's like, okay, yeah, that's true. It did pull back and then go back up. But, I mean, in the real world of trading, it's just like, yeah, but it can be very real like me, right? I thought it too. It pulled back. I thought it would go back up, but for me, I'm not making any money from it. So I was, broadly speaking, I was right. It did want to go back up. But where did I go wrong? Well, I wanted to see the price come down here first so I could get filled right around there and then go back up. But I was right. So broadly speaking, I was indeed correct. But when it came to the finer tuned details, yeah, I got that detail off in terms of the entry point. Also fixing HP 8610. Is that like a big printer? Is that like a big old commercialized printer? Hey, Tom, did you show up on the webinar last night? I think you were there, weren't you? You weren't around at the questions and answers, that's for sure, Tom. We're going to have a chat. Ooh. Oh, in hindsight, oh, so easy. Why didn't I just take the double top? I will take it again, though, because check it out. What have I been warning about? That 200 period moving average, and look right where it found some resistance. So I will go ahead and take this short, and we'll see if I can find a little protection behind that area. So let me just get short right there, and I'll risk about 8 points. So there we go. I'm looking to see if it wants to go back up there, revisit that moving average and get rejected. But if it doesn't, if it's about to break that key moving average, then I want out and it will be a losing trade. Hey, if you're enjoying, let's try to get this up to at least 230 likes by the 3 hour and 30-minute mark. And then I'll keep going for some longer. But let's make sure people are remaining interested. So if you've logged on since and you want to keep the party going, I keep on going based off interest levels, and I base interest levels off of the like button. So if you are enjoying, let's get this up to at least 230 likes in the next 16 minutes. So if you still have a like that has not been used, it will have a practical effect if you choose to hit that like button. All right. I'm going to go up a little bit higher. That way, keep my risk a little smaller. Locked in 1800 there on that long. Good job. Aren't you newer to futures too, Printer Brothers? I know Printer Brothers. I know you showed up. I think this week was the first time you ever showed up. All right, still looking to try to get short at the red line. See if it wants to poke its head back up there. Essentially, I don't know. I guess technically maybe would this be a triple top since it's already hit it once? It's already hit it twice. Am I looking for a triple top, or are we just still saying double top? No, this is kind of semantics. Okay, this is area 1 first resistance, so is this still area 2? But again, the main reason why I find this intriguing is not based on the 2-minute time frame, although it helps, especially when you see candles like that, but is based on the 5-minute time frame when you have that 200 period moving average right there. So will it be able to push up through that area? I do not know. Now it's pulling back. Now it becomes a question of to buy the pullback. Is anybody thinking about buying this pullback? I don't know. I don't know. Does it make sense? Maybe. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and cancel those orders out up there. Ken, I would have thought that there was a trigger for a long on the 3 medium candles down. The handle closed above it. Closed down to the bottom of the candle like curly. Yeah. Why not go short and risk more? Well, I was trying to go short. I just did not get filled. That red line that was here, that's gone. That was an order to try to get short. The price just never hit it. Last quick, okay. Never say, hey, I got a quick question for anybody. Because I've learned that usually when people say I got a quick question, or definitely never say one more question. Never, ever. Just life lesson. Never, ever say that. Because that's almost a sure sign that there is way more than one question coming. Just like I got a quick question, almost is a guarantee that it's not going to be quick, but we'll see. Quick question here. Is it like options one? No, it's not like that. It's super easy. Super easy. I already explained it. Wait, yeah, Steph, I walked you through the points already, didn't I? Yeah. You passed the test, right? Earlier when I walked you through the points. Okay, yeah. So the only difference is, remember the answer to that question? Do you remember the answer? What was the answer in terms of how much money was made? Do you remember that number? If so, what was that number? Then I'll finish off the rest of the education. I remember it, but let's see if you do. Or at least I think I remember it. Oh boy, should I still be interested in going short? We'll see. I'm watching like a hawk, and if it wants to come back up, very real potential. Okay, good. That's 200. And that number came from per contract. So final lesson. Let's say that you actually bought 3 futures contracts. How much profit would you have made if you owned 3 of those contracts? Is anybody else thinking of getting short up here? Or am I like the one lone moron out there? What? No, Steph, you were right. There was that $200, and that was that $200 based on all the math per contract. Now I'm asking, let's say you had 3 contracts. How much would you have made? Doesn't make sense. Oh, I disagree. Well, I don't know what your longer time frame is, Printer Brothers. I wouldn't even attempt to short right now. Why? You can get such a tight risk profile. Oh, I missed Joe Trader. Yeah. All right, Joe's with me. At least there's 2 of us then, Joe. A lot of these other people apparently think we're crazy. I'm not sure what's so crazy to think that the price could once again come up to that pink line, the very famous 200 period moving average, and get rejected back down. I don't know what's crazy about that. Again, it's not guaranteed to happen, but some of you are acting like the 200 period moving average has 0 chance of ever acting as resistance. Why are you trading Bitcoin? Like, are you a day trader? Steph, I'm worried for you. Do you not understand the math, my friend? Well, dude, do you not know that futures make Bitcoin look like paint drying? Man, Bitcoin moves like garbage compared to futures. Again, Steph, the math I walked you through earlier, you're correct. If it was 10 points and 1 point is worth 20, then that is $200 per contract. So now I'm just asking you, let's say you had 3 contracts. How much would that be? Oh, stupid commercials. Man, I have this thing set at, oh, hey. All right. Whoops. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, that was a dirty move. Oh, man, that would have done all sorts of people dirty. Oh, boy. That is dirty. Woo! So that would have taken out my short. And also, anybody that's buying this breakout right here, they just got suckered in. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Is this going to be a lose-lose for everybody? Well, then map out your trade plan, Printer Brothers. Now the short looking okay. Well, what's the short? Define the short. Where's your entry? Where's your stop? Where's your target? The short is what we call broad statement trading. But that's a pretty brutal move right there. Hey, nice. We're into the 230s already. Hit that like button if you're enjoying. We'll keep this party going. Let's keep driving it up slow and steady. Maybe we'll even hit 250 likes. I'm not saying that's a requirement to keep it going, but if you are enjoying it, if you want to keep the party going on this lovely Friday, show me you're interested. As long as I know people are interested, we're going to keep going. And again, interest being defined as that like button. I don't know. You're the one that's kind of. I thought you're the veteran here, Printer Brothers. You're talking with a lot of confidence. That's why I was just literally asking you, well, what's that? But I don't know if that's okay. You're the one talking with all this confidence. That is a dirty move. Oh, boy. To be fair to some of the longs, maybe the long. I don't know. Maybe a short. I don't know. I would not have survived that. As much as I want to hindsight trade and be like, oh, no, my stop would have been okay. I would have survived this storm. I personally wouldn't have, if I'm being objectively honest with myself. That would have knocked me out from the short side. And then to see it drop. And then you got to think that there is longs. Yeah, this is a pretty dirty move right now. Okay, but Steph, you haven't given me the answer. If you had 3 contracts, how much would you have made? I cannot look at all this other stuff. I appreciate when people are like, hey, Clay, draw this trend line. Hey, Clay, look at this. Hey, Clay, that's too much. I can't be hopping around. I do appreciate it, though. I appreciate the engagement, but it's just too much. Like, okay, what are they talking about? And I'm trying to draw. It's too much. My brain can't handle it. I did 30. No. What I'm asking you in the hypothetical, if you own 3 contracts, how much would you have made if it's $200 per contract? And again, I was giving you a hypothetical to try to teach you the rest of the math, to show you how it's very easy compared to options math. I'm tempted for a short here. I can keep my risk profile very tight. I'm going to do it, brothers. 82. So there's my stop. There's my short. I'm in. I'll take that little scalpy scalp. Thank you. Maybe I'll go again. Brothers. This time I want to see it come up, and then I'll try to capture it on the way back down, like that. Doesn't want to come back down. If it pushes up more, my risk profile is going to change too much, and I will not be interested. I'm in. Oh no, I double clicked. Now I'm long. Now I'm losing money. Oh, goodness. Ah, dirty rat. Doggone it. And I would have been okay. So I got out on the short, but I accidentally double clicked. So I got out for 5, but then I added 5 on the long side. Steph. Oh, okay. No, seriously, tell me the number. Like, I don't think you actually get it. Nero, you did not know what? No, that's the wrong answer, Steph. You do not get it. Okay, Steph, just because I care about you. And I can't, as a teacher, this is where the teacher comes out. It drives me insane when people are not getting it. We said this difference here is 10, right? That's 10 points. 1 point is worth $20. Okay? 1 point. Oh, Trump's live. Thank you. 1 point is worth $20. So if that's 10 points and 1 point is worth $20, that's where we get our $200 from. This is all per contract. Per contract. So my question to you is, let's say you had bought 3 contracts for this trade. How much would you have made? Can somebody else answer this? Because Steph, I don't know if he's trolling me right now or if I'm not explaining this the right way. Even Pat gets it. And Pat doesn't even trade. He's just making millions from this investment. No, it's not 60, Steph. Maybe that was a typo. Maybe Steph meant to hit 2 zeros. I hope. Do you see how the answer is 600, Steph? By the way, are you a guy or girl? I guess that could be Steph. Is that Steph, or is that short for Stephanie? Or is that Steph like short for Stefan? A very sophisticated name, by the way. Can't believe I did that. Double click. Like I had a finger spasm or something. Now I want a revenge trade to get that back. Oh, but somebody said Trump is talking. Yeah, I better set this. But again, for all that, like, you're crazy to go short. Why was it crazy to get short at the 200 period moving average? I mean, I hope nobody is shocked to see this sort of action at the 200 period moving average on the 5 minute. Like, if this is shocking to you, that tells me you have much more to learn within your journey, which is okay. But that would be like a red flag. You still have a lot to learn. Ingrid, first time here. This is fun. Good. I'm here to create fun. We're here to have some fun. All right. Please don't tell me Steph is like Dinar. Oh. Steph, we're talking futures. What? Stop talking about shares. We're talking about futures. Are you aware that this whole thing that I'm talking about, this is futures we're talking about? Okay, you're a dude. Well, dude, do you understand this is futures we're talking about? Again, this is the coach that comes out to me. It drives me insane when I feel like a failure. And right now I feel like a failure because Steph is clearly not getting what I'm trying to explain. So I'm not blaming Steph, I'm blaming myself for apparently failing to explain this properly. And it drives me nuts. No, we're talking about futures here. I know you've never traded futures. That's why I'm trying to explain to you how easy the math is. Can you please stop thinking about options for a second, okay? Okay, so give me a 1 if you're going to stop thinking about options. Again, I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at myself because I am apparently not explaining this well. No, Ken, stop. You're gonna confuse him more. I got to delete that out. That's just you're just. I appreciate you trying to help, but you're just adding more. Okay, so Steph, let's go through this again, and this is all for all of you. In the world of futures, from this distance to this distance, if you look at these numbers, that's a difference of 10. In futures, things are measured in points, so that's a difference of 10 points. For the NQ, which is a type of contract, 1 point equals $20. So this distance here is worth how much, Steph? If this distance here, so if you bought right here and then you sold right there, so you made 10 points and 1 point is worth $20, how much did you make, Steph? And same thing. Actually, yeah, no, because I don't want Steph to answer it. No, I only want Steph to answer. Now you can cheat and look at your answer. Fair enough. I did not specify. I only wanted Steph to answer. Okay, you got that. That's $200. That is per contract. Okay, that's per contract. Now, let's say you owned 3 contracts. How much total would you have made? Lamar, nope. Lamar, are you a bot? Because you're about to get banned. No, that's incorrect. No need to type your answer 18 times. Oh my, and now you're not going to give me the answer. I tried, Steph. Yeah, sorry. I'm not upset at you and I'm upset at myself. Usually I have a pretty good success rate explaining things to people, but I have failed you miserably. I apologize. I don't know how else to go about it. So again, I'm not mad. I'm frustrated, but not at you, at myself. Again, if you're a coach, like if you coach or teach anything, then you understand what I'm talking about. Like it frustrates you when you're just like, when you actually do want the other person to succeed and they're not. And you're like, what am I doing wrong here? So I'm sorry, Steph. I tried. And yeah, yeah. The answer, by the way, is $600. If per contract you make 200 and then you have 3 contracts, you would multiply that by 3 for 600. How you got 300, I have no idea. Clay, you should be frustrated at yourself. That's what I just said, Mikey. I am frustrated at myself. So thank you. I'm glad. Thank you for reaffirming that I should be frustrated at myself. That's exactly what I was just saying. Thanks for the confirmation, though, Bretta. We are once again at the 200 period moving average. So is this the time where it finally breaks or if it fails back down? I might try to catch it on the way back down. That worked very well the last time until I freaked myself out. 75 up. Oh yeah, I can read it. Okay, I'm in. Stop is the green line. Let's see if it does want to come down or if this is going to be the start of a new breakout. And I'm out. All right. Well, tried. Can all work. Hey, nice. We're almost at 250 likes. Good stuff. Good stuff. Someone said futures was open Monday. They are open, just an early close. But yeah, futures are open on Memorial Day. For not the whole day. And then it does that. Well, in hindsight, oh, Clay, you should have given yourself more wiggle room. I agree, in hindsight. No, Steph, it's not your Steph. No videos. You're going to waste your time watching videos. It can literally be explained in literally 5 seconds if you would just listen. I want to try this one more time, Steph. One more time for my own sake, peace of mind. Well, first off, Steph, let me ask this. Do you know what per contract means? Serious question. If I say per contract, what does that mean? I swear, sometimes the market knows. Like the market knows, oh, this dude's already frustrated with himself. He's trying to explain something to somebody that somebody's not getting it. He's failing explaining. Let's just barely take him out on a short trade and then just plunge in his favor. Sometimes the market makers are watching. The market makers bugged my house. Okay, I want you to listen, Steph, very carefully. Maybe you're at work and you're like, to be fair, maybe you're like asking this, like, can you give me your full attention or no? If you can't, that's totally fine. I get it. Sometimes people are doing this and they're working. But let's just start there. Can you give me your full undivided attention? Again, if you can't, totally understand. I do realize that people have, sometimes they're just listening to this like in one ear and they're not really giving full attention. And where's Lamar at? Lamar, are you still here, Lamar? That's just confusing it more. All right, Lamar, I'm going to be asking you the same questions. I'm deleting that because I don't even want that name in here, Drew. Good joke, but I don't want it in here. Okay, never mind. Now it makes sense. He's on his phone in the hot tub. So you're not actually trying to... Okay, never mind. I was trying to save you a bunch of time, friend, but go ahead. Go waste way more time than you actually need to for something that is truly so simple. You're going to be like, man, I should have just listened to that one dude that was trying to explain it to me in a minute. Man, so if you've ever been there before, where you get in a position and it just takes you out and then it goes really in your favor, I've been here too. I actually feel better about myself. No wonder why he's making such basic math seem like rocket science. The dude's on a phone in a hot tub. Okay. That does make me feel better about the situation. Hey babe, how'd the live stream go today? Says my wife. Well, I got really frustrated myself. I spent way more time than I needed to trying to explain basic math to somebody, and they just weren't getting it. But hey, come to find out they're doing this partially paying attention to on a phone in a hot tub. My wife's going to be like, yeah, why are you live streaming? These are the stories that just makes my wife shake her head and be like, I married a psychopath. What a pullback, though. Is Trump still speaking? Lamar, what am I trading? I am trading futures. Okay, Lamar, here we go. I'll ask Lamar the question. So the way the math works in futures is this. This distance from here. No, I can't right now. This is too good of action. Too good of action. I'm going to try to go long at that green line. In. There we go. Get some of those losses back, boy. You get excited for nothing. So much for you. Yeah, please don't use my code. So that you're that kind of person. Threatening, well, I'm not going to use your code then. Then don't use it. In fact, bye-bye. What a clown. See, this is what makes me want to just quit live streaming. You try to help somebody out, then it comes about that they're just giving a half, they're giving 50% effort, and then they throw in your face, they hold the coupon code above your head. What a clown. I don't know what blowfin is. I have no idea. 25% tariffs on apples. Well, yeah, that was announced this morning, Jamel. Yep, that is true. But I think that's already been baked into the market. That showed up in the market way earlier today. I don't know. Am I crazy, or is that just a bizarre situation? To me, that was such a bizarre interaction. And then to have the punchline be, well, so much for using your code. Yeah. Good grief. Here comes the V shape, I wonder. Jaboni, you just submit your application to McDonald's yet? For context's sake, I'm not saying that to be mean. Jaboni's begging for $105. I said I can do you something better than give you a handout. I can give you a job application, even if it's a McDonald's. That's no shame in that. You'll learn work ethic. It'll create some money for yourself, and then you can get your own $105. They rejected it. Well, good things there's Wendy's and Taco Bell. Keep on at it. Ooh, interesting candle here on the 5-minute. $20.10. I'm going long at $20.10. Mainly based off of the 5-minute here. Yeah, well, work there again, Jaboni. Apparently, you apparently need some cash. Again, no shame in needing cash. No shame at all. But if you think the way to get in cash is asking for handouts, you got the wrong worldview. Lamar, man, like I said, I'm trading futures. I don't waste my time on day trading crypto. Crypto moves like garbage compared to futures. From a day trading standpoint, I have nothing against. If you want to invest in crypto, fine. But day trading crypto is garbage. I don't know. Maybe you can, or maybe you'd be willing to teach him. I have a sneaky suspicion he's just throwing an excuse at you. Jaboni is like, he's right on the edge of getting banned. Because I don't like beggars. I don't like freeloaders. I want to surround myself with iron. Iron sharpens iron. I want to surround myself with hustlers and ballers and grinders. I don't care your age, your height, your weight, skin of your color. Male, female, dog, cat. If you're willing to hustle, grind, get it done, then let's go. We'll be friends. But if your way of getting money is begging for it and asking for handouts, man, we're just cut from a different cloth. Looks like a short. Yeah, I could see you thinking that. What country are you in, Lamar? I only asked just because I don't want to send you down a pathway that's not going to be available to you. Hey, Loyal Wiz. Oh, good. I'm glad that it's a joke. Good. To be fair to you, maybe you're new to live streaming and like the internet. Again, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you're new, but there are people here that are like dead serious. In fact, just a couple days ago, somebody's like, "Can you buy me a laptop?" And they were dead serious. So sorry for taking you serious when you're like, "Can I have $105?" Again, like I said, maybe that's shocking to you that I would take you serious, but again, to be fair, to be intellectually honest, maybe you don't have a whole lot of experience with the internet. But yes, on the internet, believe it or not, there's some crazy things that are said, but the craziest thing about those crazy things is that they're serious. What about drug dealers? Were you here, Jaboni, when that one guy was asking for a laptop and was dead serious? Were you here for that one? Okay, so what exactly is crazy about me thinking that you were serious asking for $105 when somebody else was asking for something way more than 105 and they were dead serious? Tell me how that's irrational on my part to have just taken that at face value after I had witnessed and experienced somebody asking for a laptop and they were dead serious. Still interested in maybe a long if it wants to pull back. What's the difference between market, buy, sell? Market, buy. So market is just you're going to pay any price. You just want to buy it. Buy bid is you're only willing to buy at the bid price. Same issue here. Sell market, you're willing to sell at any price. You don't care, I'll sell at any price. Sell ask means you're only willing to sell at the asking price. So whenever you see market, that just means I either want into the position at any cost or I want out of the position at any cost. And yeah, maybe we did Jaboni, but I have a hard time following and remembering every conversation. So I am glad. I'm glad. It sounds like you're crushing in life. Good job. That's awesome. All I'm saying is cut me a little slack for taking something that's, I mean, $105 when I had just experienced something where they were dead serious about a laptop. All I want is some shrooms. It's in your driveway right now, Joseph. It already arrived. Hey, let's push this up over 250 likes. We got 4 more likes out there. I don't need 250 likes. I'm not looking to squeeze 250 likes. I'm just looking to squeeze 4 more. I'm only looking to squeeze 3 more likes. Let me repeat. I am not looking to squeeze 250 likes when there's 145 people here. I'm only looking to now we're at 250. Thank you. I'm only looking to squeeze 1 more like. Can I squeeze 1 more like? I need to clarify that now. What's the best platform to use for futures trading in the UK? I would recommend trading futures Pam's Plant, day trading futures through a prop firm. Prop firm also offers many benefits explained here. And the nice thing about the prop firm that I use is that they are open to people in the UK. So if you go to the link that you see at the top of the screen, or that's pinned at the top of the chat box, if you go there, hopefully you use code Clay to get the discount. But yes, that is how I would get into the futures market, because futures move and they move very quickly. And it would not be wise to venture into futures as somebody new to futures using your own money. But when you use a prop firm, your risk is very well insulated. What out in the USA? I think you have a typo there, Lamar. Can I trade futures while I travel the world? Yup. If you got a USA address that you can enter in, you'll be good to go. Does anybody know, is Trump still talking? Hey, Tom, you never answered my question. You didn't stick around last night for the question and where were you? He's no longer talking. Thanks, Loyal Wiz. Uh-oh. Hey. Hey, Tradeovate, don't be goofy. What was that about? Thoughts on options trading. You're going to send some people here to just leave. Options day trading is like the worst thing you can do, mathematically speaking. It makes no mathematical sense to day trade options. Do you want to be a day trader, Cheyenne? I only deleted that because I don't want that prop firm's name in here, Printer Brothers. But hey, man, you're the expert. If you want to YOLO, go YOLO. YOLO away. I work a 9 to 5, so it's tough to be consistent. Well, that's another. You're continuing to argue for the power of futures. Well, there's a nice move. Because futures are open pretty much around the clock. And if you're over in the UK, then you could trade them. You could definitely find some time because you could trade the when the US markets are open. Well, I don't know about another hour. I'm actually not feeling terrible, but I mean, I'll be honest, the Steph thing, that was rough. Oh well, sorry, Printer. I mean, you really are. You talk with such confidence with this stuff. So I mean, I thought you had a lot more experience. Jaboni, if you send me a pizza, hey Jaboni, send me a pizza. You said you're in Knoxville. Where did you say you're in Knoxville? Where? NO? Did you mean NC? No, what's the O next to? Oh, maybe OK? Oklahoma? Well, I know. Yeah, Knoxville in what state? Oh, bummer. I thought you were going to say Knoxville, Iowa. Because that's where I live. Knoxville, Iowa. I was going to say, if you're in Knoxville, Iowa, send me a pizza. I'll stay on here for another hour. I'll trade my time for pizza. Hey, that's a good goal of 300 likes. I don't know if it'll quite happen, though. But hey, that's an admirable goal. Yeah, I believe you. You know what? Now that I think about it, you've been here a lot, right, Jaboni? You've been here like, I don't want to say since I've started, but you're like a regular around here, right? Okay. That now things are making. I was so confused. I'm like, what is going on? Hasn't this guy been around? And now he's asked for 100. I was so confused. Okay. That was something. It's like I almost gaslighted myself. Like, am I crazy? I could have sworn that Jaboni guy is not like this type of person to ask for $105. But after the whole laptop thing, I was like, okay, but I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, all right. Now I'm not crazy. Then I do remember you. You're not like that, and that makes sense so much more. Why that I should have taken that as a joke, but I don't know. Sometimes it gets hard to keep track of everybody. How far away can you DoorDash? That's a good point, Kyle. Valid question. Does anybody remember when I started the live stream? Does anybody remember what that number was at? Was that at 0? I don't remember. I can't look at your pictures. Like, I can't click on anything. Finna share you live, we gon' get it. I think that's a typo. It's either a typo or that is lingo that I'm just well out of my wheelhouse these days. Whoops. Once again, look at that 200 period move out, just wreaking havoc on everything. Like I pointed out a long time ago. So that's why I just suggest to some of you that thought it was crazy to be getting short at anywhere around this area, for you to be like, no way I didn't. Again, I'd say that's probably a sign that you got a little bit more to learn. Because none of that should be, the way it's been behaving should not catch anybody off guard. I mean, it's the famous 200 period moving average. Lingo? Okay, well then I don't know what finna. I don't know what that means. I'm an old man. I'm an old man, cap. Or is it no cap? Which one's lie? So I am an old man. So what would that be? What would no cap mean? Does that mean I'm like not lying, or does no cap mean I am lying? It includes the private chat room. It includes a weekly newsletter I send out, stuff like that. Yeah, thanks for looking at it. You'd benefit. Like there are the biggest benefit. Sure, I make alerts. Sure, I give very detailed alerts and stuff during the morning session and all that. But I would say the biggest benefit is you can network with some really good traders. Some very good traders. Means you're not lying, no cap. Okay, no cap means I'm not lying. Got it. I'm old, no cap. There we go. I got to put some Riz on. I invented Riz. I am the Riz. There we go. How's that? I am the Riz. Do I try to try to buy the breakout here? I don't know about the GOAT. I'm way better traders in the room than me. Ooh, so ratchet. Have not heard of that one. What's interesting, though, is when you look at the 5-minute, if you do buy the trendline break, that does also imply it is breaking the 200 period right there, too. So maybe that is the sign, the confirmation of strength, perhaps. Hey, let's make a run up to 260 likes here at this point. We are nearing, we're at 4 hours. Can we get up to 260? Are there any more likes out there? Or are we pretty much exhausted out? No more interest left. We've made a good run. We're at 4 hours, but the likes seem to be stuck. So if you are enjoying and you want me to put in a little bit more gas in the tank, that like button is a very practical data point. $258. All right. Well, on that note, I am going to go ahead and call it good, which is fine. We're at 4 hours. When a request for more likes bumps up the like button by all of 2, you know that you're pretty much tapped out on the excitement levels and the interest levels. So I am going to go ahead and call it good. I will be back tomorrow for Saturday morning coffee. So a much more laid back environment. We'll just kind of talk about whatever you want to talk about, bring requests of charts or whatever, questions. So that's something I do on Saturdays. Probably will be at, 10 a.m. Eastern time. And then I should be back for a little bit on Monday morning. Because the futures market is open for a little bit on Monday morning. So maybe I'll be back for, I doubt a 4-hour stream, but I don't know. Just make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit the notification so you know that when I am around, and that I'll keep you posted. But yes, I do plan on being back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern for Saturday morning coffee and trade talk, and then should be back on Monday morning. I don't know about the time. It will probably be sooner than 11 a.m. Eastern. So again, when you're subscribed and turn on the notifications, you'll be better notified for all that sort of stuff. But that is the plan. So, again, if you enjoyed, please use code Clay, especially since Steph, after we all wasted so much of our time on him, then was like, well, I'm not going to use your code then. Since he turned out to be one of those people, now my kids aren't going to eat. So, yes. But in all seriousness, if you want to support the channel, if you enjoy code Clay, we'll do that at either, I should say, because I know some of you are more advanced in the world of prop firm traders. So if you're an intermediate or advanced trader, and you use Apex and you want to support the channel, code Clay. But whether your level is, if you've never used Take Profit or if you're a beginner, definitely use Take Profit. They're, in my opinion, the best broker out there. But like I said, if you want to support the channel, that is a way you could do that, to use code Clay. And I really do thank you in advance for that. So, Jaboni, great weekend. Yep, same to you. And random question, Jaboni. Is pizza popular over Memorial Day or not? Since I'm talking to a pizza shop owner, or do you kind of, does like hamburgers and hot dogs and cookout food just like drill the pizza business? So a total question now out of curiosity. Hopefully you didn't leave. See, this is where my curiosity peaks. In New York, no, but in Knoxville, it is. In Knoxville, it is busy. Interesting. Cool. Yeah, I was like, random question, but yeah, what are the impacts of Memorial Day, where it's known for like its cookouts? What does that do to the pizza sector? So why not ask a guy that owns 5 pizza shops? Cool. Thanks for that. All right, everybody, have a great weekend, and if you're not going to be around at all on Monday, have a great Memorial Day. Make sure you swing by a cemetery somewhere, pay your respects. For us here in America, we got a lot to be thankful for those folks. So yeah, don't just chalk it up as a time to cook some hot dogs. Show your respects. Pay some respect. All right, where'd my thing go? There we go. All right, everybody.